Did it work? Did I go live? Are we live right now in the studio, right as we speak? Right now in the studio,
Oh,
right
hell yeah,
as
we are.
speak? That was horrifying. That was a little disorienting. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm going to play a couple of tunes and do my makeup real quick, and then we will... Hi. Cool. I'm going to play a couple of tunes. Oh, I'll play some jazz. What is the stream elements? I gotta go disconnect this from my Twitch account. This is terrible news. Oh, hi Willow. How do I mod you? I fully don't know how to do things. Is it like an IRC command? I don't know how to run this. Overwhelmingly, I don't know how to run this. Stream elements, disconnect. Get out of here. Oh, I gotta do that on like the... Okay. I'm gonna have to mute myself quickly. Ooh, okay. Mod, you've become mod. Can I ban block stream elements? No more stream. Oh my god, what's good, Autumn? Hi. Oh, hi, Flash. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm gonna play a couple tunes and do my makeup really quickly because I literally just got into my apartment, let people file in, and then we'll get to it. Look, I made all these little graphics. I'm so excited about it. I started preparing for this maybe 3 hours ago. I really should have put more time into preparing to stream, but we take the W's that are given to us. Anyway, this is my dear friend Jasmine. She makes music under the name Johnson, and she's been releasing some songs, and this is some of those.
Apparition, floating figure from the water. No, it's all in my head. Drowning, detached from the flickers that fall from my breath. I close my eyes just to hold you in the morning. Trace your shadow in my mirage and watch it slip away. So hope that you're real, don't wanna be fake. I can't even move a muscle, shit, I think I'm half awake. So you're trying to take a break, open up my eyes and it is not the same. They only wanted just a day, can't believe what I see. Was it all just a dream? Don't wanna wake up straight, that's all I have. Oh my god, I can feel the pressure building up when I wake. I only wanna see your face when I wake up. You don't say shadow creeping over my whole place, but you're not even alive. Take a look, take a step back, 6 feet down. Didn't think that you'd come back. Haunting my house, feel the CO link through, and there's no way out. I just hope that you're real, don't wanna be fake. I can't even move a muscle, shit, I think I'm half awake. So you're trying to take a break, open up my eyes and it is not the same. They only wanted just a day, can't believe what I see. Was it all just a dream? Don't wanna wake up straight, that's all I have. Oh my god, I can feel the pressure building up when I wake. I only wanna see your face when I wake up. break this and see it fall. We can work this out if you wanna sit on call. It's all my fault, because the words are coming out and I don't feel I'm making sense at all.
And we can work this out, 'cause we got common ground, and we both want this. I know we both really want this. Fractal and figments give halfway through. When you tell me you love me, and I won't believe you.
Thought I saw the other side, I swear it was a perfect picture, but now it's flaming from inside. We burned it out 'cause we can't listen. Like what are we missing, and how can I fix this on my own? I never wanted to give in, but look at us taking no control. But it'll be alright, perfect timing, don't wanna break this and see it fall. We can work this out if you wanna sit on call. It's all my fault, because the words are coming out and I don't feel I'm making sense at all. The words are coming out and I don't feel I'm making sense at all. We can work this out if you wanna sit on call. I don't make sense. But I'll give it everything. I hit the ground and I don't stop running. Hit you with the left hook and never saw it coming. Not gonna wait this time, this fucking game is mine. Only way to truly make it is to find out who's the one that took my pride, it's mine now. I've been at my worst, but I climbed out. I cannot let this go. I'll find a way, 'cause it's all I know. I swear I took too long and I'm not letting it slide. It's fucking up the thing I'm useless, but I'm changing my mind. Let's look into it again, bitch, I'm staying aside. I feel it better, but I'm taking every day at a time. Every day at a time, and I'm still not in my prime. And I'm not choosing no side, I'm taking a day at a time. Been waiting long in the climb, I'm on the edge of this climb. And I'm not choosing no side, I'm taking a day at a time, time. I guess what, you know I won't go back. How many times did you miss? You should've solved by now. I'm calling it quits while you're just running around. I thought we'd go for a fresh start, but never mind now, 'cause you play me. Asking if we restart now, never maybe. Answer is no, you know that you can never make me. Things have been the same here lately. You can do what you want, 'cause you break me. When it dies down within the winter's time, I hope that you can find a sense of clarity. It's scaring me, I just need to find that part that keeps me sane. But can't you bear with me? I can't barely breathe. Don't push me, it's a long way down. I hit the ground and I don't stop running. Hit you with the left hook, you never saw it coming. Not gonna wait this time, this fucking game is mine. Only way to truly make it is to find out who's the one that took my pride, it's mine now. I've been at my worst, but I climbed out. I cannot let this go. I find a way, 'cause it's all I know, I swear. 'Cause it's all I know, I swear. I'm gonna make it out of here. Do you truly even care? I'm gonna make it out, I'm gonna make it out. 'Cause it's all I know, I swear. I'm gonna make it out of here. Try and find it, then I'll fucking dare you. I'm gonna make it out, I'm gonna make it out. Guess it's our fate, keep those feelings intact. We walk down this way, we don't know another path. And there's not a chance that we'll find a way back. And if there's a chance that we'll match up, I'm valid for that.
Pull me away from you. Tell me all the things I do to break your heart. We've been drifting so much further now. My mind is hardly holding out. Choking up. You can't hold me enough, 'cause nothing's working out for me. My friends stop looking out. There's nobody around for me. I lost all the support. You filled me up with blatant lies. Push me out the door. No, it's not just a break this time. You're not really serious. You're not really serious. You're not really serious. You're not really serious. Hold me. Tell me that it's fine with you if I mess up. I walk down this road, but nowhere I'm at. Follow these faces that stare in my back. I believe it was intentional, all because who that I am. There's no going
Back from this place, I can feel it inside. There's nowhere to hide. Cross your fingers, I know that you lied. And if there is a chance that I could say one more goodbye, I would mess it up, I would leave you behind. Let's start faking those feelings intact. We walk down this way, we don't know another path. And there's not a chance that we'll find a way back. If there's a chance that we'll match up, I'm valid for that. I guess it's our fate.
Wow, that was Jasmine, everybody. That was our dear friend, soundcloud.com/Johnson. Now, in fact, I'm excited to announce that I'm here. Oh my God, I can try doing the thing. Webcam cam. Are you kidding me? No way. No one believed it, but I'm a little sunflower, canonically. That's me. The lighting here is terrible. And the bags under my eyes are ridiculous because I have not slept in a day. 1 second. Yes, Jasmine, you have so much riz. You are rizzing me so hard. For a mod. Oh, Henry. Hi, Henry. Henry will be a mod too. Yeah, this feels like too many mods. Oh my God, is that Woodlands? Can that be a producer tag? Oh my God, it's Woodlands. Hi everyone. Let me do my little announcing on Twitter and on my Discord server. Oh, I got the Flash Memories follow. That's so awesome. I'm just looking at it. I'm sorry, I should not be narrating every thought that pops into my brain. Too many mods. Too much Law and Order, I think, in the least favorite stream. No, you're good, Flash. This is odd. Thank you so much, by the way, for doing this. It can't, like, it's hard for me to express how cool I think it is that I'm like getting a little Flash Memories stream. I don't know. It's awesome. I know you kind of like archive a lot of stuff, but I'm like bouncing around. I've been a Flash Memories fan for a long time. Okay. So, isomorph track breakdown. Live now. And then I can say link below. And I put my little stars and stuff. Beep. And then I link to my stream. Live aria reaction? Yeah, someone say something that's gonna make me react. Actually, don't do that. That's a terrible It's a terrible thing to tell a group of people. Don't just do something. You can talk to me though. I'm like a person. I'm gonna move the chat to like this side. Ah, got docked in a really weird way. OBS quite like it that. Ah, ah. Sorry, I just did the same thing like 3 times. Yes. My guy, I did see this. A couple people have DM'd me stuff. A couple people have DM'd me stuff, and I haven't listened to any of it because I've been literally so fucking stressed. Because I've been doing prod for probably people who I can't spoil, but we're all friends here. I've been doing prod for people who I'm very much a big fan of recently, but there are time constraints that has meant that I have to like finish it by tonight and tomorrow, which means like I have been so grindstone. I just like bug me about it if I don't get back to you in the next like 2 days. Okay, cool. I am posting this little quote tweet. Oh, let me also say, VOD will be recorded by Flash Memories if you can't make it. But I really... I'm so sorry, Henry. Have fun doing whatever it is you're doing that's more important than me. I'll think about it forever, but it's fine. Okay, cool. Sounds good. But I really hope you come hang out. Okay, cool. I need everyone. I need everyone to be boosting this. The whole world needs to show up for isomorph stream. And then I'll post it on oh, 1 second. My friend B has confirmed. Okay. Okay, cool. Let me do some hot pinging. Sorry, I know this is like a lot of rigmarole. Hopefully, hopefully this will be awesome and great. At Elfave ping. Isomorph track breakdown is starting now. https://twitch.tv/least_favorite_. I hope you can make it out. I also want specifically the underscored people to be here. Yo, is it Thomas? Is it Animos or Anemos? I've been. Oh, Landy moment. Anemos, Minty. Hi, so many people. Underscored is coping right now. Can someone just bug underscored and be like, literally everyone? Thank you, Flash. Yeah, but really just bully him. Like, hit him with a hot ping for sure. Hit him with a couple. They gotta be here. They gotta. Damn, how do I get in the least favorite Discord? Oh, I can attach that too. It should be in the little links at the bottom though. There's like a button that says Discord. All right. Are we getting started? Should I do a little 35 people? That's so many. That's insane. Yeah. Oh fuck, it's Wells Fargo. Is that Maya's account? Is it doing its little Wells Fargo bit, or is that somebody else? Is Wells Fargo? I don't know how much of a collective it is. Yo, What is up? What is going on? Definitely not Maya. That's crazy. Garzbog, what's up? What's up? There's so many people. Oh my god, Lily. Lily, I gotta also give you mod privileges. I trust you wholeheartedly. 1 second. Okay, cool. 40 fucking people? That's nuts. Okay, we should get started. Before I do any specific stream breakdown stuff, I'm gonna do some little audio tests, some little video tests, and then also just like feel free to ask me little questions. Band sleep? No, that's me. You got it all wrong. It's stream I Love Online Banking. There's a Nightcore remix of that song. Yeah, stream that song. Go bank with Wells Fargo. Everyone, right now, record this live so you can use it as a tag in every Wells Fargo song. My name is least favorite, and you should bank with Wells Fargo. Thank you. Okay. So people are shuffling in. Does anyone have any like real actual? Okay. Does anyone have like any real actual questions to kick off stuff that aren't like about any specific like songs that are more just like general vibes? I'm checking to make sure my makeup is good. Honestly, I'm feeling very cute. I'm feeling very swagged up. I'm the finster they don't tell you about in school. How am I? I'm feeling good. I'm excited. I was kind of nervous a little bit. I was kind of nervous a little bit because I've never done something like this before, but I feel like I will be aided by the fact that I also just never shut the fuck up, and I'm super autistic in a way that I think is like good for doing live streams because I love just talking about stuff. Oh my god, hi Aurora. Um, why does isomorph go so hard? I uh don't know. I have no clue. I was trying to write a fucking ukulele album, but I just took a bunch of missteps. I didn't even pull the fucking ukulele out once. I think that's when I fucking screwed it up. Um uh yeah, oh what? I can make this scroll. Right? Let's go! Holy shit, that rocks. This is fucking cool. Sorry, I wanted to see if this was a thing that I could do. And I fucking can. That's so much cooler. KDP aria of least favorite something will happen tomorrow. JHL, something happens every day. And that thing is I wake up in the morning and I eat a lovely McDonald's breakfast and I look at myself in the mirror and I do a little smile. And that's what's gonna happen tomorrow. Hi Mikey Mayo. What's up? Nothing happens tomorrow. Tomorrow we skip tomorrow. Okay, there are 41 people here. I can't imagine that being like I feel like we got to start at some point, you know? I'm something you got to know about me is I took my ADHD meds. The reason why this started late is because I had to go get them. Like I had to go get a restock of my ADHD meds and everything was conspiring against me. Super pretty, thank you. Everyone was conspiring against me at the little pharmacy line. Someone was like checking out like a whole like all of their groceries for some reason and being really mean to the pharmacist who was clearly not doing well at bagging groceries because it was not their job and they didn't do it regularly. But this lady was like, you got to learn how to listen. And I wanted to I don't know, something deep within me wants to be very mean to people who are rude to service workers. Aria, least favorite leader of the working class, a friend to all. Okay, let's get started. I can switch to Ableton Cam, if that's cool with everybody. I can I check really quick if like just like volume levels? What song? I don't know. Max doesn't. Anyway, I'm just gonna I just want to double check like You guys have to tell me volume levels. Like if this is too loud or too quiet compared to my voice, and if you can hear my voice, like if I'm talking over the song, if you make music, stop it. Like,
Psych!
my voice is, yeah, okay. Sorry. We will stick this down. I should have started low. I don't know what I'm doing. I should have started low and then moved it up. Is that still loud? Is that like cool?
Psych.
Are we cool? This works? Or is this, it's still loud? I can bump it down a little bit. Is that fine?
If you make music, then stop it. And you mad cause I called you a wallet.
It's perfect. Swagged up. Let's get fucking moving. Let's go in this stream. We're gonna delete this. I have the little waveform things up here. I'm still in a little sunflower because God does not allow me to leave this little hell that he's carved out for me. We're gonna get going. I guess we go in order. Start with my dear friend Surround. I am Jane Remover and Fraxium. Oh my God, Lily, that does this. We got like a little floral thing going on. And Jasmine is aromatic. I don't know what jasmine actually is. Is it like a spice? Is it like a? It's a type of rice. I gotta pull up like what jasmine definition. You guys didn't hear that. Okay, stream has no. Jasmine is like a genus of shrubs and vines. This is so cool. All right. So we're all flowers deep down. And I'm a little sunflower. This is the project file for Surround. You can see we'll run into a couple problems because I switched hard drives like halfway through making, or not like after I made isomorph, like, and everything was export and all the stems were exported. I sort of switched to a different hard drive, so we will lightly run into some issues there. I gotta like open to it. I gotta double check like the number of people watching because I gotta know how much I gotta care about you guys, you know? The answer is never any at all. Yeah, anyway, so this is Surround. This is the first song on Isomorph, and we're gonna walk through it. Something that people yell at me all the time for is that all of my Ableton tracks are white, and they say, why do you do that? And my answer is always because the fucking Ableton colors are really ugly. We start out, I don't know if you remember this about Surround, but it starts with this incredibly shitty intro. So this is a lot of stuff going on at once. And we're just gonna fucking get into it. I've never really done like a breakdown thing. So yeah, so big terrifying crunch noises. A lot of what is going on here are biosamples. This is a thing that you will understand. Like, let me find it. Can a mod find the link to the biosample packs and paste them in chat? I don't have many things that I recommend. Like wholeheartedly, if you're trying to make music like me, I tend to try to stick to all Ableton stock stuff because I think it makes my music more accessible, and if I have to move project files around, it's easier. And I think honestly, there are so many tools that you can use within just Ableton itself to make really good music, you know, that I tend to not branch out of it unless I really need to. But the biosample packs are fucking incredible. Biosample packs, get the fucking Onymos kit. I haven't messed around with it too much, but everything that I've heard from it is incredible. Also, the Schnoz packs from Zave are fucking insane. Like, literally, I'm a big sample fan. Something you'll find about me is like, if you're like, I'm not a sound design girl. I much more care about structure and the specific writing of songs, you know? So for me, when I want to achieve a sound. If there is a sample that can do it, I normally won't feel like that's cheating, you know? Because what I care more about is like I want to achieve some sort of like sonic vision, you know, and a lot of times what I found was with the biopacks, there were like very easy ways to approach. I want glitchy noises. That's crazy that they just like exist. A big part of this project or of this intro is just big like stereo stuff. That's kind of the bit now, isn't it? Is like fucking I'm the DC girl. I don't want to be just the DC girl. I don't think that's what anyone thinks of me as, but um it is I do a lot of stuff with super low frequencies because I was scared of them for a very long time. And you know who convinced me to not be scared of them was my dear friend Wishlane, who was showing me how they did some of the stuff on Dunderhead. And one of the specific sounds that they did was like made by clipping everything against like a super low frequency pulse. And I thought it was awesome. Yeah, shout out Lane for real. I have 2 cups of water right next to me. I'm like prepared. I also have a tea over there, like a tea with honey, in case my voice gets fucked up. I'm prepared. We're in it for the long haul, baby. Um, this is like the reversed sort of intro sound. But basically, like I'm trying to find the specific thing that does the thing. Is it this? Yep. This is an operator that's just playing a note and then it sort of slides up at the end of it. But you can see this is the sauce that Lane gave me to make these really super glitched out things is you can take an EQ that's got this like really low shelf and just fucking boost it to 100%. If you really want to go crazy, you can then hit the scale here to 200% and that'll like go even crazier. But that is apparently not what I did here. But basically, this is just a bunch of glitch sounds added together. This whole thing, I think that intro is like not specifically that interesting. I just threw a lot of loud things together and then it sounded loud. I don't think that's particularly difficult to do. I'm gonna go through sort of all of the pieces of this. I'm gonna start with I think the bass is interesting in this song. I have this really low sub bass that starts and is only available for like the very start of the song. I really wanted it to feel very like foreboding. And I thought to myself, you know what I wanted was I wanted a bass that felt like Peroxide by Echo 2K. And so I just took the bass from Peroxide by Echo 2K, but don't tell anyone. Just like the very intro of Peroxide has this very like growly, but it's like very low and very stereo and very respacey. I have a couple bass presets that I use all the fucking time. And you'll see them pop up a bunch because I got this one called One Beefy Little Growly Guy, and boy, oh boy, is it just a beefy little growly guy. But you can hear I sort of have it set up with an auto filter to kind of like do that over time. You know, the bass here is like all I wanted it to be very low and very foreboding, you know? I think the sauce here is literally a lot of what I do with my basses is well, I don't really use thermal that much anymore, but I used to use thermal a lot. I used to use this preset on thermal called Shadow Bass. Shadow Bass fucking rocks. My friend Adam makes music under the name Owen Khan, is the one who showed me Shadow Bass. This was like a sauce from like a year ago, and I wanted to put it in because shout out Adam. Adam's the GOAT. So thermal, EQ at the high end, and then I fucking shadow bass it a second time. Really a lot of bass stuff for me is like dealing with, you start with like some amount of low end and then you kind of bring it back up with like saturator stuff, or like saturation and stuff, because that's how you get the sort of like very crispy edge on it. I use R bass, but I'm pretty sure R bass doesn't do anything and I'm just like tricking myself into telling people to use R bass. I don't really, sometimes I turn R bass off and I can't really hear a difference. But then again, I also am not like a mixing person. So take that with a grain of salt. This is like auto filtered in order to, um, like move around very slowly. I wanted it to sort of build very slowly, so that's the base sort of for this intro part. The main sense, and honestly, I'm learning how to do this as we're moving forward. I'm learning how to Twitch stream. I should have started with this. This is the fucking main thing. This is what you're here to see. Hello. This is a kalimba sample. I wanted like a real sample because I wanted like the very slight detune, you know? Um, but I wanted to put it against something that was like very, kalimbas, if you look at the actual waves that underlie kalimbas, they're very sine wave-esque. Like the specifics of like the way a kalimba sounds is it's literally like just wiggling around. Whereas like a lot of other sounds have like very harsh or like very defined upper harmonics and formants and stuff. Kalimbas remain very sine wavy. So it's often very nice to pair them with sine waves. That's what I did here. Noises are just like sharp envelopes, like are a little too sharp, and so I sort of sampled out the first note of a kalimba, and I just have it like doing that so that it's like not as sharp. You can see, you know. Why in the EP did I add full stops in the titles? Is there lore to that? Yeah. Conceptually, isomorph is like on its surface, isomorph is it's an EP about grieving something that is lost. But sort of the meta narrative surrounding the branding of the EP is that it's an EP about sort of the way that change doesn't really happen when you force yourself under a microscope. I really wanted to write an EP about the process of going through this thing because I was a new and sort of budding artist, and I wanted to try to like write something about a personal experience that I knew was like very hard and meant a lot to me. With isomorph, I ran into this thing where I was able to sort of look at the thing that I was going through at like with a bunch of different angles, but overall, I think my like overall ability to change and to grow from this thing that happened to me was cut by my sort of over analysis and my like psychoanalysis of like specifically just like writing these songs and trying to figure out what I was thinking at every single moment. And this is not stuff that I was thinking of when I was writing the songs, but when I was like deciding to put out the songs. Isomorph, and its associated tagline, "Did you really change anything at all?" Isomorph, is technically not really a word, but an isomorphism in math is just like basically a different way to look at the same object. It's a category theory thing, I think, where it's like, I don't know, the way I like to think about it, and math people might bully me if I'm wrong about this, is like you can represent like a parabola as y equals x squared, or as a picture like on a graph, and you're displaying two different things, and you might think that you have two disconnected pieces, but on the whole, you didn't really change much. You're just looking at the same thing differently. Isomorph is an EP that when I was making it felt a lot like change, and when I was releasing it and I was actually going through the process where I stopped like heavily psychoanalyzing myself, it became an EP about like the optics of change. The whole thing with the full stops is that all of these songs were written as I was going through a grieving process for this thing that hurt. And these are all points in time when I could have just stopped. Like that could have been the full stop, end all be all. This is like what I ended up thinking. Surround was a song I wrote literally a day after a breakup. I could have ended like, this is just anger. This is me allowing myself to feel that someone else has flaws for the first time in like months, something that I should have had like a much healthier thing with. But, there's a lot of people who just like get to a point where it's like, I don't know, they just like, hey, my ex is crazy or something. It's like, I could have like the full stops are because and generally all of the songs are built like they could potentially be closers on this EP, because I wanted them all to feel like they are a place that this thing could stop, because on a larger scale, like it could have been like even stasis is not where I am now in terms of like thinking and growing and stuff, um sorry, that's like a The lore behind the full stops is basically just um they could have been sort of the closers. You know, they could have been where I stopped thinking about. I also add this sort of other so first off, the kalimba noise, right? We got this. I should be going way faster, by the way, right? Because we all need to sleep before 3 a.m. tomorrow. This is literally just a sine wave. This is just a sine wave. I have an echo that apparently I turned off. I have this spooky ghost theremin. This is a sine wave with an LFO, and then in the wavetable matrix, I've mapped the LFO to pitch. I put it at 1, but then you can fuck with the amount here, which I find to be like a better thing if you're doing like slight wiggles. I have this synth brassy thing. I just call things, I want to slip into synthetic brass. Okay. I do this thing. I basically I call anything where I have like a saw-ish wave and I automate the filter. It feels like synth brass. It feels like Africa by Toto to me. This does not sound like brass to me at all right now. But this is like a little saw-ish wave, you know, thermal. I did some compression. Because I sort of the thermal here, thermal is a distortion plugin, but for some reason, all of the output plugins like thermal and portal, they all do like 10 different things at once. So you can find thermal presets that are basically just cool reverbs for some reason. You know, so just added some sort of extra grit to this, and then I sort of do this thing with my reverbs where I'll sidechain the reverb to I'll put an effect rack, and I'll have the raw signal in one chain, and then I will do like a full reverb. This was before hybrid reverb, by the way, which is why I'm using regular reverb here. This song was made. Thermal's not free. I have it through Splice, but you could probably get it for free if you're crafty. Specific way. What? That's so sweet of you, Tiger Star. Hi. Tiger Star, when are we cooking? When are we cooking? What headphones am I using? Whatever the Mass Drop Mass Drop did 2 collabs with Sennheiser. This is like the cheaper one. These are like the 5XX one. Yes, Tiger Star, I would love to. I'm such a Tiger Star fan. Honestly, I've been a Tiger Star fan since, I don't know, there was a time when you were hanging out in like the Gorset server and everyone was freaking out. Everyone was like, "Holy shit, Tiger Star!" But I learned about you because I'm a One Sloan fan. Anyway, fucking, what's the song? What's the song? Something sound of my thing. I'm being a bad Tiger Star fangirl right now. I'm so sorry. Ultra Beat sound of my 18 or something. Yeah, I got it. I'm right. I'm always right about these things. I'm such a Ultra cringe. No, is it a song that's too far in the past and you feel bad about it now? I get it. That's how I feel about my old songs. You know, we will cook Tiger Star. Regardless. I do this thing. Okay, so reverb, right? I hate it. I hate reverb violently. And if you have talked to me on Twitter, you have seen me hate reverb violently. And I gotta talk to you about why I hate reverb and why I use reverb, okay? Reverb, this is not for a silly reason. This is because I used to listen to a lot of Tennyson, okay? I'm used to very dense songs with a lot of rhythmic stuff. I like stuff. I'm like a big stuff fan. Something that people don't know about me is I have ADHD and I love fucking putting a bunch of stuff in a space. And the problem is that stuff takes up space. What reverb does is reverb could take something that takes a little bit of space and extend its envelope out so it takes a lot of space. And I think that sucks. One of the reasons why it sucks is, for example, if I sing 2 words, if I'm like, if I'm like, hi, Tiger Star, and I'm like singing that, the reverb from hi will bleed into the Tiger Star. And now I'm mucking up my sound because the reverb from the hi is now making the Tiger Star less able to be heard. What you can do to fix this is you can have an audio effect rack with 2 chains in it. The first chain is just the raw chain. The second chain is a reverb, and then I just have a compressor that I'm side chaining to this track before any of the effects. So it sort of ducks the reverb a little bit when you play new notes, which kind of rocks. I have to be moving much faster than this. This is why I was scared of taking ADHD meds, is because I get so into stuff. I love stuff, okay? This is like the main synth though. It's like 4 sounds layered together. And it's just this. See, deep down, a lot of sound that sounds complex is literally, it's just sounds that sound simple, but a bunch of them together. It depends, you know, you can also use sounds that are complex. That's like what bass music is for and stuff. Okay, I have this thing called starting up a 90s console, and I know what it does. It goes, I literally haven't touched these project files in months, so when I remember something, it feels good for me. But this one goes boo 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 boop. You know, you'll hear it. Isn't that fucking awesome? That's just a sine wave with a little bit of warp on it. Sine wave with a little bit of warp on it is incredible sauce. Do you think there will ever be a continuation of the subject, Flora? Alaska, I think no. Okay. When I started on the lore, I had this grand idea for rollout and what I wanted the rollout to be, but I failed to approach it with the same sort of reverence that I did for like the actual music itself. Like I didn't plan the rollout as hard as I planned the other stuff. I just figured I could sort of I just figured I could sort of do it concurrently and it would be fine. And what that meant is that my vision of the rollout shifted really drastically between the start of the project and the end of the project. The next least favorite project, I'm still deciding if the next project is least favorite EP2 or least favorite LP1, or if I want to release a little single. Probably people should tell me what their opinions are of that. But I think I want to work very hard on making the rollout a larger part of the story. You know, I'm very inspired by y'all ever read 1770-76 by John Boyes? It's my favorite fucking thing ever. It's so good. Just write down in your notes 17776, and then at some point when you have free time, go fucking read it. A lot of what I wanted to do with the rollout stuff was I thought, like, I'm friends with a lot of cool people now, which is fucking wild to me. But one of the coolest people that I am friends with is my dear friend Soren, who runs a music project called Subi Club. Yes, that does mean that I have the laced up demo, and no, that means you can't have it. But Soren's like fucking incredible, and what Soren and I talk about a lot is like yeah, isomorph listening party, or isomorph breakdown stream and laced up listening party. Soren would send agents of chaos and evil to my house. It's so fucking good. Not to hype it up, but it's so fucking good. It's like, so I expected it to be good because it's Soren, but oh my god, oh my god. Do you think I'd be open to people requesting to distribute official remixes of tracks from Isomorph? Okay, so stems are released under CC BY. The actual tracks themselves are CC BY NC, and basically the vibes are you can profit off of any thing that you make out of the stems. Also, if you include Isomorph in like an actual set, you can put that on SoundCloud, and I don't care, you know. And I want people to profit off my stems because I think music is better when it's open source. In terms of a capitalist system that requires us to promote our art in order to gain following, in order to be able to survive and profit off of creative endeavors, and that kind of sucks, you know. I don't think that's a cool way of looking at stuff. Okay. I think it's not inaccurate. I think rollout is like a weird set of restrictions that are placed on artists. But I think when I look at like Subi Club, one of the things that strikes me about Subi Club is this is someone who is clearly looking at rollout and saying this is a part of the art. You like CJ the X clip, like this, like the way that people encounter the art is part of how they experience and part of how they think about their art. One of the things that I was really cognizant of going into isomorph was I wanted the experience of coming across isomorph to feel very magical and feel very like mystical and feel very cool. What I do in the future is going to have more effort put into rollout because I want to take it to its logical extreme. And for me, what that means is that I want the rollout to feel like not only something that is like a cool addition to the art, but also like almost like a supplemental component, something that I don't know, years from now when people listen to L-Fave EP2, you know, they can also like go back and experience sort of the rollout part of it. I think that's really cool. Like I think that's a really interesting goal, you know. In terms of like the way that I executed, I just didn't have enough time in my day. I was working a full-time job. I was also doing all of the web dev for lfave.co myself. By the way, if you guys aren't fully aware, lfave.co is up right now and has stems available. If you go on it on your computer, there should be buttons that say get stems. And it's a cool website. I built it in like 3 days. And you can commission me for websites if you want. Cough, cough. If you're cool. But I just spilled water on my skirt. Thank you. I thank you, Pebble. Regardless, I think what I was thinking of for isomorph, like what I wanted from the rollout was something that I didn't really achieve, but something that I think people still applauded me for because I think I did a good job in going well past what the bare minimum was for what is expected of rollout. I didn't want to record my Ableton screen and I didn't want to just record myself singing into my camera, you know? More than I use Serum now because I try to use the simplest tool for every job because honestly, if I have to open up a separate screen in order to like edit a sound, it takes way longer for me to do stuff, you know? For my stuff, I find that I can get away with basic shapes and wavetable like 90% of the time. The only reason I use Serum now is for like if I really want something that like I want this to sound like fucking 2013 Monster Cat, you know? But mapping, so go into your wavetable, click on this, right? That's your oscillator pan. Hi, Flash. Hit your oscillator pan, and then you can map pan to this sort of MIDI random, and that means every single time that a new note plays, it'll be sort of mapped, like panned randomly left and right. That's really good if you have a bunch of notes playing and you want some like stereo image. I'm a big slut for stereo image. That's something that you'll find about me. We can look at risers. There's a fucking bunch of them. I wanted this feeling of just like incredible building and then just a really anticlimactic, like just back to sense. I'm one of the biggest like production motifs of this EP is like legitimately like dynamic contrast. I'm always a slut for dynamic contrast. You can quote me on that. Tweet it. I'm always a slut for dynamic contrast. Least favorite, hashtag isomorph breakdown. Vital is better than Serum. Yeah, support free software. I wish Vital was open source, but you know. Okay. We're going through a couple of these, okay? This is an OG Lost sample. This is an OG Lost sample from I think Sleepy Tapes 1 or the Sleepy Sample Challenge. I forget if those are different things. Owen put this little like synth hat thing, and I liked it because it felt very like weird. So I put it in here. Did I even do anything to it? No, I probably like mapped its pitch over time or no, this is in beats mode. I don't even know what I did to this. But I have that because it's cool. This vocalizer thing is maybe one of my best sounds that I've ever made. I made it for this song that I did with my friend May Fixel and my other friend Mela Iris Day. I made a song with them called Icarus, where I had maybe the shortest. Do I have it downloaded? Yes. Wait, is it? No, I don't have like the actual thing. This song, wait. This is before mixed. I'm so sorry. Right here. Wait. You can hear it.
Something's tasting just like metal on the roof of my mind.
That riser, I pulled it out and I just keep it as my own sample and I use it all over the place. Yeah, Mela's cool. Yeah, so this riser, it's basically just like a bunch of vocal layers, and then I vinyl distorted it a little bit. That's why it sounds so like gritty, but it's nice because it achieves two different things for me. One is I love vinyl distortion. I like putting vinyl distortion into risers because it is truly like one of the best pieces of Ableton, I think, because the way that it distorts things is, I think, really interesting, and I think it's really cool. Just a question, why do I use Ableton over FL? I have worked with FL slightly. The main reason is that I started in Ableton, and the main reason I started in Ableton is because I started out by watching Andrew Huang, as every young boy does. And like every young boy who watches Andrew Huang, I am now an old woman. Fucking Ableton sound. I'm gonna explode. The main reason I don't use FL, I think, is that I think the workflow of Ableton makes a lot of sense to me. Every track either has one instrument or it has as many audio samples as you can fit, but every track also has its own sort of effect rack that you put onto it instead of like groups being like done through like routing and stuff. They're just done through having groups of things, which makes sense in my head. Ableton also doesn't have like the windowing thing that FL does. I find that like for me, I'm someone who like I'm a big like Linux tiling window manager type of girl. Don't pay attention to the Windows logo in the corner of my screen, but I like that everything is in like a really oh, bye Alaska. I like that everything is in like a very well-defined place, you know? Regardless, this sort of vocalizer I use all over the place because one, I think vocals are magic and that I think the human ear is drawn to vocals in a very magical way, and including them even in places where they don't specifically bleed out as vocals, I feel like can still have a lot of utility. So I like using this riser. I also like risers that are melodic. I like risers that use a little bit of vinyl distortion. This sort of ticks all the boxes to the point that I went back in that project file. I used BSPWM because I really liked that I was able to script it with shell commands. I liked how Unix philosophy it was. And then I was an Arco Linux girl, but I kind of don't use Linux right now because I don't have enough time. I think if I went back to it, I would go to like Debian or something. My WSL on this computer is Debian, but I still use. I have a Mac that I use for programming. I use I use Kitty as my terminal, and then I basically just stay in full screen Kitty all the time. And I use NeoVim as my editor. Anyway, yeah, Kitty's awesome. I wrote a script. This is so off topic. The fucking pills did not work to keep me focused. I wrote a script that specifically like whenever I hit like the sort of Windows key plus HJKL, it'll detect if I'm in Vim. If I'm in Vim, it'll switch windows in Vim. If it's on the edge of a Vim window in Kitty, or if I'm not in Vim, it'll switch around the Kitty window. If I'm at the edge of a Kitty window or I'm not in Kitty, it'll switch around the BSPWM thing. So I can switch between all of my windows with just the same set of keybinds. I don't have to memorize different ones. I was so proud of that. Anyway, I don't know. I feel weird about Suckless. I feel like the people who I've encountered online who really love Suckless are like the weirdly right wing, like Linux community on YouTube. The fucking DistroTube and that like Luke guy who's very 4chan-y. I think Suckless is fine. I think the idea of like any convenience feature is bloat is really fucking a little lame. Anyway, so I have all these risers. I have 3 of these risers actually. They're going all at once. Did I make a riser out of Masked by Dream? Hell yeah, I fucking did. Sometimes I did things in this project file specifically because I knew I was gonna have to make a breakdown stream. This was made out of Masked by Dream, but I don't have the actual sauce, so I don't know why. But I have 2 of them and they're panned opposite directions. A lot of what you'll hear from these sorts of things is I'll make the same thing twice. Oh my God, one time I had the opportunity to almost produce something that Veo was going to be on, maybe. I think it would be much easier now because this was like something that was a huge deal for me because I had like 400 Twitter followers. Veo and I are like cool now. But I was going to produce something for her, and I was like doing co-prod with my friend Adam, O1 Khan, and it was like an Adam and Gouda co-prod thing. And Adam hit me up and was like, yo, can you help me on this? And specifically I was like, okay, if fucking this gets a Veo placement, like I know Gouda is cool. If this gets a Veo placement, you know I need to slip Masked by Dream in this. So for a little bit, I was like kind of into slipping Masked by Dream into stuff, and that's why this is in here. Something that I'll do a lot for like stereo image, because again, I'm like a huge stereo image. I'm a huge dynamic contrast, and specifically stereo contrast. I want things to be overwhelming and all around you and then very silent very quickly. For this stuff, I a lot of times I'll make something in mono and then I'll just have one panned left and one panned right, and I'll switch the timing up so that they don't sort of coalesce. This is just me sucking in. Again, I'm like a big fan of vocal noises. I have some white noise here. This is just standard white noise. This is a bio sample. Shout out bio. What is it? This is literally just a really fast arpeggiator. I wanted a bunch of stuff going on, and I like having stuff going on, and I like having stuff going on specifically like all over the fucking place. So all of these risers. Oh, what is dynamic? Yeah. So dynamics in a song refer to just like the specific volume of a song over a period of time. You know, dynamics come from, if you think about sheet music, you know, written sheet music will have dynamic markers like piano or forte to refer to like this part of the song should be very loud or very quiet. A lot of what I'm interested in as an artist, like one of the things that I mainly like exploring is when really loud stuff is next to really quiet stuff. It was like the main draw of me to like the sort of like Leroy and Associates does not have a genre name because I'll get killed by a bunch of people who get mad at the term Dariacore if I say Dariacore. Sort of scene was just like there was this thing where you get the loudest shit ever and then it would just cut for a second to do like a little meme sample. And I was like, that fucking rocks. And I want that to be my whole philosophy as an artist, is mixing big loud stuff with very quiet stuff, you know? And so you get a lot of that like in this whole section. It just sort of closes off, you know? So those are the risers. You really, the only thing left here is there's some ambient stuff. There's some cute ambient stuff here. I don't even know what the fuck this is. This is apparently made out of the drums for my song Medicago. But it's just like I just wanted some like little background noise. I wanted it to feel like I was in a public space. A lot of the things that I was dealing with at the point in time when I was writing this was I was working a really shitty corporate job. I was working in fucking fintech. Ugh. I'm like out of there now, luckily, because I hated it the whole time. Because fucking fintech, it's like one of these days y'all gotta go cancel me for working in fucking like that's like one step away from defense contract work. It's kind of ugh. But I had this thing where like I definitely didn't fit in there, and I was like one of the only trans people there. There was like one other one who worked in London. And I kept having panic attacks when I was there because I have like anxiety, because of course I do. And I wanted the feeling of like having to go into like I kept having to go into like the little gender neutral bathrooms in like the back corner of the office, in order to have like a little panic attack, and just feeling like the vibes of just like, oh, there's like someone else there, like people are around me and people are aware of my experience. That's why there's these little footstep noises and stuff. Little ambient office noises. These are from the little "you can hang out here if you want" tag. This makes its way into every song in some way. Originally, this EP was going to be called "You Can Hang Out Here If You Want," but then I didn't do that because it reminded me too much of "There Is a Place for You Here," which is a Left at London album. How does mixing work in Ableton? Every track you're able to sort of mix on its like I don't know. I can't really. You might have to look up Ableton stuff. I don't know if it's like in my purview to teach the specifics of Ableton, just because I know that I'm so slow at this and I have so much to go through. But it's cool. I'm also not a mixing person. You can talk to Anemos. Fuck. You could talk to Anemos because they mixed this song. I'm so sorry for them. But these are the vocals.
It's surrounds me.
These vocals are fun. How are there still 40 of you here? People haven't like dropped off. That's crazy. The whole idea of building. I was sitting in my room a little bit after a breakup. I was going do 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 do, and I was also going it surrounds, 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 surrounds. I was doing that to myself. No more stems. We need project files. I don't think I could bounce these project files in a way that are portable. Otherwise, I would. I was doing this sort of thing, and I liked the idea of this feeling of like building and then just like stopping. So these vocals are maybe some of the most intricate vocals I did for this whole project, and they were the first vocals really that I recorded for this project. Maybe some of the early takes of Subject were recorded a little bit earlier, but that was before I even knew Subject was going to be on an EP. Like that was when me and Jazz were maybe thinking of releasing that as a single, or just like it was super up in the air because it was like very work in progressy. Regardless, these vocals, there's nothing special to them. Something important for me is that whether I form and shift my vocals or not is something that like tends to deal with how important the song is. I don't like the sound of my voice overwhelmingly. And everyone, like, this is not me doing a self-deprecating thing. This is me just like being transgender. Like, I don't like the sound of my voice. Okay, bye. Thank you for hanging out. We will talk soon. Yes. I don't like the sound of my voice, I think, but I also don't like the sound of formant shifted vocal. Like I like when Laura Less does it. I think it's cool that a lot of people took that inspiration. For me and for my specific art, I feel like formant shifting too hard makes my voice a novelty that I don't really want it to be in the songs that I'm doing. Like, I don't want the novelty of my voice to be the focus. And specifically, like, even though I'm a little dysphoric about my voice, I can still work with it kind of. Like, it's fine because it also meshes with just sort of like the normal feelings of hatred that everyone has about hearing their own voice when they're singing. These are also auto-tuned super hard. So we will go through this. It's around. That's mostly what these build vox are. It's just one note. Surround, 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 and it's just 4 takes. I have a second one that's going an octave up. And then I have this little flanged version. It's surround, 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 surround. Which is just doing like the main vocal thing. And it's also like getting auto panned really hard because, again, I love stereo image stuff. Oh, thank you so much, Siggy. The number one reason why I do this is I want to help people make music. Like, I am an artist, but I don't want myself to make as much good art as possible. I want the world to make as much art as possible. I don't know how much specifically I have to offer, but I do know that isomorph is something that resonated for a lot more people than I expected it to. And part of that means that I feel sort of like indebted to the people who this resonated with. Hey, if you want to be able to make stuff like this, like, I want you to, like, if someone makes a song and it sounds just like Least Favorite, that fucking rocks. That's the biggest compliment ever. That's so cool. And I love you. Like, what? That's so, like, you liked my stuff so much that you ripped it. That's so awesome. The only funny thing about this surround intro is that I specifically I just recorded myself doing S because it was so hard to, get like surrounds. It's just like it's hard to say, like, it's hard to finish up, but I wanted that, like, that's what I was singing to myself. That's what I wanted. For sure, like a lot of this vocal stuff was just like uh just like a lot of vocal takes just layered together, panned all of them a little bit differently. But I can show you my vocal chain really quickly because I know people love seeing my vocal chain. It's not that big of a deal. And I went through a couple of them. This is a really old vocal chain. It's like a year old. But I have like 2 compressors. Vocal chain sauce. Okay. If we're building a quick vocal chain from scratch, what I would tell you is first you kind of want a peak compressor. Like, when you record your vocals, your like plosives are gonna come out really loud, for instance, and your like sibilants are gonna come out really loud. And you're gonna end up with a very wiggly waveform that looks like this. In a normal waveform, in something that's doing like more aggressive stuff, like here are my softer vocals. You can see like this is a plosive here. I could just recognize it by like the wiggle. These are things that we want to chop down generally pretty hard. So what you do is you take a compressor. I put it at a pretty high ratio, like 10-1 or 15-1. Normally I would put it on peaks mode, but I made this before I realized that peaks mode existed on these compressors. And then what I did was I went and I just fucking crush down like just the peaks that are much too loud, in order to bring them down to a regular level. Peak compressor means like pretty quick attack, pretty quick release in peaks mode, and you're just trying to knock those peaks down to the level of everything else. The other thing that you want to do with a compressor is basically like level off your vocals. Like, your vocals, you're doing it at a bunch of different volumes unless you're super well trained, So I also do a second step of compression that's basically like in order to just kind of level off my vocals, so that's generally around 2 to 4 is what people say. I tend to get it closer to 4 because it's very hyper pop core to like over compress your vocals. How do you feel about the Ableton piano roll? I've heard it's a little mid, but I have nothing to compare it to. I tend to use it fine. I like the B key, but I have worked in the FL piano roll, and it is one of the things that like clicked in my head very well. EQ out everything below the fundamental, boost highs a little bit because that's hyperpop sauce. I use a gate sometimes. If I'm singing the same note over and over again and I don't need to gate my stuff, I won't gate it because it doesn't make sense to. That's just to get rid of like room noise when you're not speaking, you know? Because afterwards, sometimes I'll put a really turned down OTT, that's hyperpop sauce. Waves tune real time. You can see I have generally pretty low speed and low transition. That's hyperpop sauce. And then a vocal bender. You can also use Little Altar Boy for this, but vocal bender was more available to me when I was like figuring this stuff out. That's pretty much everything. Autotune after, I don't know. This is a really old chain. If I did it again, I probably would do it differently. My feeling was like I thought that it would catch on to notes better if the garbage was cleared out first, you know? But I do understand the feeling of like auto-tune first because like I think probably the better thing to do is auto-tune first. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's all smoke and mirrors, okay? I've auto-tuned a guitar before. It's made up. You know, at the end I'll show you a cooler vocal chain at the end. But, you know, me, I hope I can catch my breath. Those have a ton of low mid presence. Thank you for knocking those out, my dear friend. Yes. Yeah, okay, so you know, you go through these vocals, lots of vocal tracks. I have this separate delay track. This is something I do a lot actually in my vocals, where what I'll do is I'll do my vocals, and then in Ableton you can use resampling mode, or you can like take audio in from a specific like source and then re-record it. So this is me rebouncing these vocals out as just like. But what I did was then I put it through an echo at 100%, and that way I can only delay the last syllable of, I can only delay the last syllable of these words. I don't want, like, I hate reverb. Delay is more manageable to me. But a big part of it is I don't want the delay or reverb from earlier things to seep into the later things, you know? And so generally I'll only put delay on the last word before you enter just like a quiet spot. And this is something I do all the time. Another way that you can do this is by putting echo on the master or putting echo on the main thing and editing the dry wet to taste, but you can also automate the input knob here. And that like if you put it down to -40, you basically won't get any echo at all. Anyway, that's most of the vocals for this part. That's pretty much everything, I think. Oh, there's a little bit of vocoder, right? Commodify me, and then throw me away. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, that part gets vocoded. Beep. Oh, right. I forgot about this. This is kind of, oh, you can also use sends. I don't use sends as much as I should. Do you need a ton of plugins to get into music? No, you maybe need samples. I will say samples are useful, but generally you need much less than, for example, YouTube videos will tell. Like a lot of times people who make content are looking for more interesting ways to make their content. And part of that is going to necessarily include like, hey, I found this new plugin and I want to see if I can use that to, I don't know, I want to see if I can use that to make cool noises. It's not really necessary. Like for me, I would say 99% of what I use is stock plugins. I can show you my VST folder. It's gonna have Spitfire Labs in here, but that's just for compatibility reasons. I have like, oh my god, I have more than I thought. Imagiro Piano I use a lot. I basically only of all of these, I think the only ones that I currently have active are the like RX8 stuff, because I use the de-esser on this, but you can also use stock stuff for this. Kilohertz, this is all free. These are all free VSTs. Get the Kilohertz bundle because it kind of rocks. Yeah, that's Charlotte. Hi, Charlotte. Charlotte Athena Psalm, because Bun's got a clipper. I have Soothe too, but I'm not a mixing girly, so I don't use it. This was kind of a wasted purchase, and I think someone who knows how to mix should steal this license from me. Because I bought it, like legitimately bought it, and I own it like legally. Portal and Thermal, I use Portal all the time. I don't use Thermal that much. Wider, I don't really use anymore because I think there are better tools for widening stereo. We'll sort of look at that. Fresh Air is also free. Bitspeak is like $20, but it's something that I only used like once or twice as a little gimmick. Little Alter Boy is pretty good. Like if you want to do like form and shifting on vocals, maybe there are tools for that in FL, but there definitely aren't in Ableton. So like auto tune stuff, I think there's like Edison and stuff, right? I don't know. In general, like you don't need like the things that you need in order to make stuff are just other people. That's my number one thing. If you're feeling like you can't fulfill your creative vision and you're trying to fill that hole with plugins, there's not going to be a plugin that fixes it for you. The way that you fix that is you make the best music that you can with what you have available, even if it doesn't match your taste, and you show it off to people around you, and you find a community of people who are going to, enjoy that. And at the very least, I don't know, there's like, um, sorry, I got distracted. I don't know. There's like the number one thing that I can tell you, if you're feeling like you need a ton of plugins or you need a ton of samples, just be around people who make music similar to you and talk to them a bunch and incessantly share your work and just be around artists. That's the number one thing. I think the number one fun thing about making music in general is the community that you build out of it. Fucking like I don't know how many friends I've made through this, but it was least favorite was a project that was started not even as a music project. It was a spam account for me. It was a spam account because I wanted to talk about fucking going to the Fraxium and Foley and Alice Long Yu Gao show in Chicago in fucking August of 2021 or something, and I couldn't talk about it on main because I knew real life people, Anyway, and so I made this thing and then I started finding communities and being online and being around people and it fucking rocked. And I just kept doing that. And that's what made me a better musician more than anything. I don't know. That's my recommendation for like best plugins is other people. Just watch other people work. Vocoder stuff. These vocoders are not singing along with the song. They're saying, "Don't let it all go cold." Asnir, this is a common thing. I think a lot of it is that music comes in general when you're starting to make music, you're doing it from a place of vulnerability. You're writing. I don't know if I started out by writing sad ukulele music, sad ukulele music is not stuff that I get to share with people because it's stuff that I'm writing in my lowest moments. And it's stuff that like, I feel a little bit weird about my, I don't know, ability, and I don't want to put this stuff out there, and something that I think is overwhelmingly not expressed by people who tell you how to make music is how good other people are in helping you make music. Literally just like watching other people. I mean, that's why I'm here right now. That's why I'm doing this. We've been live for an hour and a half and I'm a minute into surround. So we're going to have to kick it into high gear. But these are secret lyrics. I have one harmony track here.
Commodify me and then throw me away.
I do my harmonies very lazily. I promise the future songs will be faster. I'm just laying out a lot of like the background of how I generally do things. And in the future, I could be like, oh, I talked about this when we were going over surround for 3 hours. But a lot of times the way that I do harmonies, and this is like a really useful thing too, because I actually mapped the harmonies out in MIDI and then fed them into my auto tune. But you can see, wow, they're kind of all thirds apart. Boy, oh boy, is that not a coincidence. When I'm doing harmonies, a really easy way to do harmonies. Harmonies are generally built if you're in a certain key off of the thirds of notes and the sixth of notes. You just don't know where to search for people. Find musicians that you like and see if they have Discord servers. That's what I did. Be on Twitter. Bye, Aurora. Have fun. I'll come back later if you're still on Surround. I'm sorry. I'll be faster. Be on Discord servers. I mean, just talk to people. I think it's hard. It's like a lonely world out there. But there's definitely community to find just by being around people. Harmonies. There's this one 12-tone video that's like whatever 10 levels of harmony that I think is really useful. But one of the things that it talks about is tight harmony, which is like a really common form of harmony where you build harmonies off of the third or the sixth of all the notes. So like, for example, I'm this E here in the key of G. The third here is going to be 2 notes up or I'm in the key of C here. Surrounds in the key of C. This third is going to be 2 notes up, so it'll be G. The sixth is going to be 2 notes down, so that'll be C. Or 6 or 5 notes up. Blah, 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 blah. That's also C. Basically, I'll shift the whole thing 2 notes up, and then I'll deal with any like weird notes, because there are weird notes that come up if you hang on the 4th too long in your harmonies, or especially if you hang on the 7th too long. So if I'm doing harmonies based on thirds, I'll knock the 7ths up to octaves, and I'll normally knock the 4ths up to 5ths. With like based on taste. And that's a really easy way to do quick harmonies if you're not that good at harmonies. After you start doing that a lot, you'll start hearing your own harmonies on top of your tracks and stuff, blah, 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 blah. That's everything. The only other thing that I do in these vocals are like, this is the it in surround, or it in it surrounds. I took it and I bounced it out, and then I reversed it, and then I put an echo on it with a bunch of reverb, and then I froze that echo with the reverb, and then I reversed it back again. So it was like a reverse delay and reverb going into sort of my stuff. Mapping out your harmonies is fine. Doing it by ear will almost always sound better. Doing both is also something that I do a bunch, and I'll show you that when we get to sort of later songs. This is the whole song. Besides the part that gets really fucking loud, so let's get to that, because that's kind of cool, I think. I also, one of the things that I use in order to really feel anxiety is this little heartbeat noise. This is just, there's a bio kick called kick heartbeat that I literally just put back and forth over and over, and then I sort of moved them closer and closer over time. Like they're not mapped to the beat, they just like get faster, I keep them in the background. Okay. These are pre-mixed, so they sound a little bit different. Lots of stuff going on. I wanted very loud, very sudden. One of the big pieces of sauce that I can give you that is really funny for me to give you because I am not underscores is underscores has released stems, ffishmarket.neocities.org, I think. And the specific stems for Saltfields have a track called FFF_Saltfields_screams. This rocks. It's just a fucking scream. Screams cut through so well because your brain is trained to hear them. And so I use those all the time in sort of loud parts to just kind of like you can hear it if you listen closely. It is incredible sauce. Would you say making all the different instruments before pushing through a mix is preferred to mixing as you go? I don't mix my songs. I try to keep like a nice rough mix as I'm going, because I want the song that I'm making to sound generally like the song that it ends up in, but then I will bounce out all the stems and send to somebody else. Every once in a while, I'll mix a song by my own. Oh, hi, Cursive. What's up? Cursive goated with the vital sauce. Everyone follow Cursive because Cursive is very cool. Anyway, we're gonna talk about okay, bye Azanir. Hopefully you can like check the VOD afterward and stuff. I'll be so much faster in the future. Okay. We're gonna go so fast. I feel like we've done the background work and now we're just gonna plow through, okay? This is where the surround breakdown really begins. The guitar stuff. I recorded these guitars. I don't really play that much guitar, but I have a guitar and I use it every once in a while. I don't play it that much because I got a lefty guitar because I'm a lefty, but I learned righty guitar. I thought it would be better for like my finger picking skills if I just picked it up the normal way. Can I play Wonderwall? Absolutely not. Maybe on ukulele though. But basically, something that I do, people, oh God, this is a super old track because I can tell from the way that I'm processing this. Pedal amp cabinet is sort of the default. Is this why you're a leftist? Yes, it's my handedness. Drinking noises. We love drinking noises in this stream. Pedal amp cabinet is sort of the default Ableton way to process guitar. If you're cool and you have guitar rig, that's great, but whatever. Um, I do a lot of like I don't know where the fucking like side chaininess of that is coming in. Um, but I think it's awesome. I sidechain really hard to kicks all of the time. I will duck the entire audio just to have a kick ring out fully. That's like good sauce, and I'll show you that later in like better songs for it. But these drop stabs are literally just guitar through a pedal, through an amp, through a cabinet. This is like direct line into my DAW. And I'm just playing power chords here. Underlying this, I have a bass. This is pretty standard bass sauce. Like you will eventually get all the steps to make this bass if you are around circles that use this type of bass a lot. Sine wave with a little bit of warp going. Basically all I'm doing is, I guess I'm mapping the warp here, but basically all I'm doing is just like I have a sine wave here, send it through a saturator, send it through RBass, but I don't really know what RBass does. You don't have to use RBass. And then I send it through a second saturator because I'm weird. I'm crazy. Little bit of erosion. This is like a pretty standard erosion, dynamic tube, and vinyl distortion are your friends if you're trying to make cool basses. A little bit of erosion before saturating really like gives a bass a lot of character and a lot of grit. Dynamic tube, I don't really know what it does, but boy, oh boy, did I see a YouTube video of a puppet messing around with it, and boy, did they have a lot of words to say. And then they tried to sell me an Ableton rack or something. Dynamic tube, just like, I don't know, you can hear the difference here. It kind of smooths it out a little bit. I don't know. It emulates the tubes in a tube amp. Thank you. I also have this track called Worst Bass Ever. I wonder what this sounds like. Yeah. A lot of the time I will have two basses. I will have either a bass and a sub bass, or I will have a normal bass and also sort of like a top bass that kind of only comes in above like 200 or 300 hertz. A sub bass is generally, in my eyes, more of like a sine wave than anything else. Just like playing something low and doesn't have many harmonics. But this is like a regular bass that I would use. But I have doubled it up with something in the higher end just to really like add that grit to it. You know? Yeah, like you're so right, Aria, least favorite. That's so cool. Yeah, drums here are kind of, I think I messed around with this this kick a couple times. Yeah, woo from the Think Break, because I think it's very funny. Something that I use all the fucking time are these Tennyson. This is from the Tennyson, I think, Different Water Splice sample pack, where there's just these loops. Let me find it. Tennyson Ride. There's 3 of them. Tennyson's Loop Soft Ride. Tennyson Loop Smashing Rides. And Tennyson Loop Building Rides. I use these all the time because for some reason people who make guitar sample pack or who make drum sample packs of acoustic drums just do not include like the most basic shit. I only need basic shit. Like I don't need your most complicated tom groove of all time because it's just gonna sound like you. I need someone hitting a fucking ride cymbal on the 8th notes, god damn it. Anyway, I hate using the same one shots for cymbals because you can really tell. Tennyson did do a couple sample packs, yeah. They're really cool. I also have these crashes. You can tell that that's the same crash twice, you know? That's why I don't like doing that. But alongside the rides, it maybe hides it a little bit more. A lot of the drum samples that I use throughout this whole project are the Travis Barker samples from the Travis Barker pack. And you know why? It's because I'm such a fucking Underscores fan. Like I'm literally such an Underscores fan that I watched her break down fucking Boneyard, I think, and she was talking about the fucking Travis Barker pack, and I was like, okay, I'm yoinking that, and it's my sauce now. And I use that drum pack all the fucking time. so yeah, this kick is a schnoz kick. Holy shit, you know? Jesus Christ, that kick, you know? Anyway, I sort of have a lot of for sort of the loud parts of this. What I did was I took a lot of the riser-y aspects of like this, and I just, instead of making them risers, I just had them like go. You know? On top of that, I'm doing basically just guitar. Like that's basically the entire breakdown of how that thing sounds. Then I go into a much more standard drum groove. These are all like, I really wanted this to feel, one of my big inspirations for this part was like very like Cancer by My Chemical Romance, like the little step down thing that it does, you know? But anyway. It's a pretty standard acoustic groove with two differences. One is that I have little trap hat rolls, and the other is that I use the weirdest fucking snare ever. What snare is this? Oh, it's a Tracy snare. We love Tracy breaks here. Tracy lossy snare. I probably chopped it. Tracy lossy snare. Yeah, a lot of times what I'll do is people will make these really loud, fucking wild snares, especially Tracy breaks does. Shout out Tracy. I was just talking to her yesterday. Tracy's so nice and so lovely. Yeah, people will make these big kicks or these big snares, and I'll just chop them really short because I really only want the transient, like that kind of fucking rocks and is more usable in songs that aren't freakishly loud. But I thought this was like cool because it was just like a weird out of place snare for this sort of song, you know, or for this sort of vibe. Same with the sort of hat rolls. I do some delay stuff. Shout out Haas effect stuff. I do this all the fucking time where I have a delay on 100% dry wet and the channels are unlinked, and I delay the left channel by the minimum amount and the right channel by a little bit. That does little Haas effect stuff, which means that it sounds like really far in your left ear, you know? But it's not. Yeah, a lot of the way that your mind perceives where sound is coming from is based on when sound hits both ears, like the difference between them. So you can use that to your advantage. I also have this kick. This is a Majaru kick, I'm pretty sure. Shout out Majaru. That's pretty much everything. We can go over the vocals. But we're basically almost done with, we can finally move to our next song pretty soon.
Commodify me and then throw me away. Recognize me.
Okay, so
Recognize me.
I have like a generally, it's like screamy, but it's like generally hitting the notes. And then the ones that I have to the side are just,
Recognize me so you can sacrifice me and they'll beg you to stay.
Oh Christ. It hurts me to listen to that because I remember how bad it fucked up my throat.
And I'll beg you to stay.
Yeah, that was the one. That specific beg you, I lost my voice for possibly 3 days. I don't know how to scream in a way that doesn't hurt my throat. Yeah. So I mean, I was screaming like someone who had just been broken up with, you know, or had just been in a mutual breakup that was beneficial. This song makes me feel weird because it's emotions that I explicitly do not feel and that I am really embarrassed that I did feel at some point, you know? But I felt like it was important for the core of the project to put it out. Yeah, I wanted to, the main, you know, for me, if I can do a little tangent, I would never do a tangent on here, but if I could do just a little one. I think a lot of making art and a lot of finishing art and a lot of putting out art is about aligning the concept in your head that makes you want to put art out. You can, there are a lot of people who I know who try to put art out to gain respect and to try to gain an audience and a following. And I think that's okay. Like, I think that's good as a secondary goal. I think that's fine as a secondary goal. Lord knows, like, I put all those silly snippets out because, you know, they do well on Twitter and I like seeing the numbers go up. But eventually, if you're building something because you want to put out stuff that you're proud of and stuff that earns you respect, eventually you're going to get sick of songs from your past that, you know, I mean, yeah, clout is a secondary. I'm not going to argue. Like, people like clout because it's cool to have influence and it's cool to have people like your things. It's cool to have validation, you know? You can't kill the part of your brain that likes when the number goes up. It's just impossible. Otherwise, like I think the best artist ever is one that never releases anything, you know? Um, for me, I release stuff. Generally, what I try to keep my main goal is it as is archival. I think releasing stuff with the goal of building a portfolio or of trying to build an audience is going to lead to issues when what your goal of what an audience is or what your goal of what your portfolio sounds like shifts as you as a person shift. Your tastes and your influences shift, and suddenly the things that you made, 3-4 years ago are going to sound much different from what you want to make now. But for me, I don't make music because I'm trying to build and maintain a portfolio. I'm making music because I I want to archive where I am as an artist and where I am as a person. That's why I finish these songs. That's why I release these songs. When I release a song, I'm putting it out into the world and I'm saying, I don't want to touch this anymore. I want it to be done, and I want this to be something that I can look back on in the future and be a reflection of myself. When I look back at Surround and a lot of songs on Isomorph, a lot of the reason why the branding is in the way that it is that I already regretted a lot of the songs that I wrote by the time that they were done, you know? Um, what I'm doing is 10 years down the line, I want to be able to go back to this and say, this is where I was as a person. This is what I was going through, and this is what I was experiencing. This is my best encapsulation, the emotion that I was feeling at that point in time. Um, and you know, as an element of that, this is a song that carries a lot of emotion, and it's embarrassing emotion to carry, but it's emotion that I felt, and so it's emotion that goes in the EP. Um, yeah, that's basically, there's just like a scream and then two screams panned on the side. They're auto-tuned. I remember not knowing whether I should auto-tune them or not, but I went for it because when I didn't, they were like out of tune in different ways that hit my ears in a wrong way. Um,
It was always gonna end like this, but if it were up to me.
I have this. This is the funniest sound. It's like someone falling out of falling off a really tall building and they pass by your window. That's me. It's such a masculine scream. Sorry, I know it's stupid to all that. It's just so funny. Anyway, that's the whole song basically. There's like not much left to it. I'll be faster with the next ones, but basically yeah, that was me. The outro of this is just like I also wanted it to sort of rise up into this. A big motif that I have throughout this EP as well is sort of this snap. This snap sample is Jackson is Just Kidding sample. This. I use this all the fucking time. Shout out this snap sample, but this sample in this song represents points of explicit and harsh dynamic contrast. Like you can hear sort of in the soft parts that come after the build part, they still have that sort of ebb and flow. They still have that sort of building. So you have this really loud part, and then it goes to like me, and then it sort of comes up a little bit, and then the snap brings it back down again. So you can hear that like,
Hope I can catch my breath.
you know. That's Surround basically. I don't know. Does anyone have any specific questions that I didn't cover? But we can get moving. We'll be much faster with the other ones. I'm gonna give you guys a couple seconds to type. The last thing is that this outro is basically just all the ambient stuff coming back. And then I wanted it to end with the snap. Yeah, I can show the on the vocals. What is the track called? Tinnitus. Yup. Do I use it? Yeah. Compression might kill that. It's literally just a really high pitched sine wave, I think. Like legitimately, I think that's all it is. It is just tinnitus. Really loud song. I wanted you to feel tinnitus afterward. Yeah, I can go through the form and shifting. I form and shift. I tend to whoops. Re-enable automation button. Show automation in new lane. Show automation in new lane. The form and stuff is like very vibe based. I just kind of whacked it all over the place on the soft vocals.
I still never quite learned when.
Uh,
So tight that the walls cave in. Modify me, and then
but I wanted it to stick around 0, you know?
guess it was always gonna end like this. But if it were up to me.
But yeah, that's the automation stuff. It's literally just fucking, I don't know. The last thing, the only difference with these vocals on the end,
Wouldn't it be nice?
those are a little weird because the MIDI is not soloed right now. But I just pitch up 12 for the,
Wouldn't it be nice?
and then,
Wouldn't it be nice?
and I do the same delay trick to just get the last notes. But I definitely could have done those better with stems or sends. I do that in sequester too. Cool. That's surround. No one has any other stuff. We're gonna move forward. We did it, and it only took us literally 2 hours. So we're making good time. On to subject. We'll see. Sometimes subject crashes Ableton when I try to open it. Thank you, Charlotte. I'm doing so good. I'm so good at this. Let me check twitter.com. So many fucking messages. Yeah. Hey guys, it's time to move on to, all right, it took 2 hours, but we're, we're moving on to, subject. It took 2 hours because I was also answering general EP questions, and big picture stuff. You should come hang out. Cool, we're moving forward. I feel bad that I took so long. This song's fucking crazy, okay? I'm gonna be faster now, okay? Because we went through the basic shit, okay? We're on to like doing big numbers, okay? God, I feel so fucking bad for Flash. Poor Flash has to go through so much shit. These glitches were so fun to make, but they're just a bunch of different sounds. Literally, they're just a bunch of different sounds. Yep. And I can show you like some of these sounds. I'm not gonna go through them in detail because they're so like, this is like one little beep and then I copy it a bunch, you know? Like these are so basic. These are all just samples that I have. This is already the glitches from fucking salt fields. And I'm doing some like pitch automation on that. You know, it's all like there's a riser here. This is all very basic. This is like the first thing that I put that you can hang out here if you want into stuff. You know, and that's like pitch enveloped throughout the whole thing. Something, if you're in Ableton, something that it took me a while to figure out, is if you go in, if your warp mode is like complex or complex pro, you can go into this envelopes tab, and it depends, like when it's shrunk down, it'll look like this tab right here. and edit the transposition of a sound over the course of its like thing. This took me so long to figure out, and then I did, and I was like, oh, this rocks, because you can do like pitch bends like that. I use it all the fucking time. But pitch bending stuff through that is gonna sound a lot better than pitch bending it through like Ableton Shifter, because Shifter is like a real time thing, whereas like something like this can read the entire audio file and understand it before it does pitch shifting stuff. Anyway, that's the little intro sounds. Going to the melodic sounds. Origins of this song. My dear friend, my colleague, my pride and joy, my heart and soul, Jasmine, who makes music under the name Johnson. This was the first, really that's technically the second thing that we collabed on, but the first real thing that we collabed on. Jasmine and I had known each other for like a couple weeks at this point. We are like besties now, 100%. But I wanted to do co-prod with Jasmine, and I was like, yo, send me some stuff you've been working on. One of the things she sent me was like this specific guitar loop that is part of like a beat that exists somewhere, but I just fully flipped it before I realized it was already used in something. And then this was too good, so we just used it. So what I did was I took that and I chopped it up, and then I did the same sort of transposition trick. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot more in my element. The fucking Adderall has kicked. I can focus. You could see I'm doing a lot of envelope stuff. The story of this was I had this guitar beat, and then I also had just gotten the biosample pack for the first time, and I was like, I want to play with the fucking biosample pack. And this was like, at that point, my favorite thing that I had ever produced that just fell out of those two things combining. I do a lot of this pitch envelope stuff. And a lot of this is also built on, you'll see I'm like always a slut for dynamic contrast. The reason why I have so many clips deactivated is because this fucking 808. And we'll talk about this 808 in a second. This is a bio 808. This bio 808, I mean, I did a lot of editing to it, but this bio 808 is 808 phase distort G flat. This one. I love this 808 so fucking much. Here's the editing. I do this a ton for basses. Saturator, I'm automating the amount because in the beginning it doesn't go as hard. Overdrive, I don't use normally that often, but I use sometimes. I tend to just use saturator when I can. Redux, oh right. This was when I made a patch called What the Fuck Did You Do to My 808, where I just put as much weird shit as I could. So Redux is on here too. It just adds the sort of like buzz. Vinyl distortion I use all the time. I will say 90% of the basses that I use now, if I want them to be loud, they will have saturator, they will have vinyl distortion, and this one doesn't have erosion, but a lot because I wanted it to be clean. But a lot of times it'll also have erosion if I want it to like have like more punch and more staying power and more like noise and just like a little bit more grit to sort of allow your ear to latch onto it. I use a fucking cabinet for some reason. I think I stole this from like some video somewhere where they were talking about this stuff, and I was just messing around with it because I never fucking use glue compressors ever. Vinyl distortion is, I think, something that Underscores uses a bunch, but it's not specifically Underscore stream sauce. I learned about it from my friend Cryptic, Cryptic, who we used to hang out a lot when we were all just sort of fans of Webcage, hanging out in the Webcage server. There was a thing from a year ago where we were gonna make a cipher over like the fucking Bop It. Like it was like made out of Bop It sounds and stuff, and it was really cute. And it kind of fucking rocked. And I was like, how the fuck did you make that? And Nick was like, oh, I used vinyl distortion. I was like, how did you make the waveform sound like that? You know, that was my fucking he him arc, maybe my any pronouns arc. That was before I knew I was trans. Twitter threads did it to me. Canonically, Twitter threads transitioned me. That's not true. Actually, canonically, 51120 by Food House transitioned me. Regardless, these 808s also have crazy transposition automation. Big thing you can do with your basses is sort of bend them down at the end. I don't know why. It's like very similar to what bassists will do, where they'll play a note that rings out and they'll just kind of slide down at the end of the thing. It fucking rips every time. It's so good. So a lot of this 808 stuff is literally just me messing around with transposition curves, and I do that a lot. There are a lot of least favorite songs that are very much built around that. Cool. That's like the 808. That's the guitar. Those are the main melodic components of this thing. You know. Drums. Squelchy, aren't they? Okay, how did we make the drums so fucking squelchy? Fucking biosamples. It's always biosamples. It's always been biosamples. These are all just biosamples. Get the biosample packs now. Understand them, learn them, be them, use them, have them. These are your things to acquire from bio for the low price of $10 to $20, depending on if you want both packs or one. And overwhelmingly, they are like maybe my favorite sample pack. Probably, I think definitely my favorite sample pack ever. Do I ever use drum rack for drums, or do I hand place samples? I'm not a huge MIDI drum person. I don't know. I used to have a hardline stance against it, but I was hanging out with fucking. I had the opportunity to hang out with Gabby Start kind of recently, and then also Soren, because Soren was in town. And this is true, both Tsunami Bitch Club and Gabby Start use MIDI for their drums. It shook me up. Regardless. So I use audio for drums. I like the way the waveform looks. I don't know. The only exception that I'll make is every once in a while I'll use grooves in Ableton. Grooves in Ableton are a really cool tool that I didn't know about for a really long time, where you can extract sort of like the groove out of something that's not perfectly in time, and then you can map other MIDI stuff so that it maps to the same sort of feeling or rhythm or sort of pocket as a sample. So what I'll do a lot of times is I'll take someone who has like a really good understanding of like groove and of pocket, like, I don't know, like BH or like Chuck Sutton or like more Kismet or something, and I'll take like a clip of their thing and I'll extract their groove or something, and then I will purposefully use MIDI drums just so that it's easier for me to place stuff on grid and have Ableton move it off grid for me. Yeah, so that's a little bit of sauce for you. But normally I'm an audio drum soldier. I'm never a VST drum person. I'll fight you before you use VST drums. If you want good sounding acoustic drums, sample acoustic drums. Sample good acoustic drums. Chop breaks, like literally chop breaks. Take Travis Barker kit samples and just chop them up. It fucking rocks. Anyway, we're gonna go on forever if I keep having opinions loudly. Alongside this 808, I'm doubling them with these. This is a stab from a fucking underscores splice pack thing. Actually, this specific guitar is just underscore splice pack. That's literally like I didn't even chop it up or anything. I just wanted another guitar there. If you want good guitar samples, I highly recommend the Fortune Swan Splice Pack. There are some really good ones in the underscores one too, though. But the Fortune Swan Splice Pack is like fucking amazing. Just like go through and hunt for samples from there. I don't play guitar that much, but I love the sound of guitar, so I will sample it a ton. a big part of this was dynamic contrast. The big experiment. A lot of times I come into a song with a big experiment. The big experiment with this one was I was trying to figure out how to best utilize silence and strong dynamic contrast in a song. Let me mute the vocals so I can show you guys sort of what I was feeling out in this. Um, these hard cuts from loud to silent. This is again like my whole bread and butter is dynamic contrast stuff. But really, what I was interested in was the feeling of sort of reverby stuff that takes up space, stuff that takes up a big amount of space, just suddenly being cut by a snare or something. That's awesome. That's so fucking cool. And so what I did was I took this piano, and I don't have the actual thing, but I do have my name of the layer, which tells me how I did it. Was I took a piano and I put like a bunch of reverb, probably some Portal on it. Hello. Which Saoirse is this? This a Saoirse that I know. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, but webcage serve era. I'm not in webcage. I'm just webcage adjacent. I never asked to be in there. I don't think they'd say yes. I think they're closed for the Bop It song. Oh my god, yeah, of course. Yeah, OMG, Saoirse Dream. Is this true? Is this real Catherine Saoirse Dream? Anyway, so something that I did was I took piano. I probably put Portal on it. I probably put reverb on it. And then I put a ton of fucking OTT on it. OTT is a multi-band compressor, so it takes the low and the mid and the high frequencies, right? And it compresses them individually. OTT stands for over the top because it does just a ridiculous amount of compression, which means not only does it like crush down the frequencies that are too loud, but it'll also boost up the frequencies that are too quiet. So you get this like incredibly weird, like it's just an incredibly like flat, even frequency distribution on a sound, which is crazy. And if you use it a bunch of times, because the sort of expander things are so big on the low end, it takes forever for a reverb to fade out. So I did that on this piano, and you get these like, yeah, just like these incredibly long tails, and then I wanted them to like really go out and then just get cut by a snare. So that was the goal. These are all frozen, and then I could cut them later. So that's kind of the sauce there. The glitches sort of map with that. That's actually most of the beat for this part. For a while, this was the song. So that's like the main part of it. And then we can go to this part. Okay. So the fucking Adderall is so kicked in for me right now. Like I'm so able to think. I'm so happy that people told me to do this. The stream would have taken 10 hours otherwise. Okay, so fucking not only am I obsessed with dynamic contrast, right? But I'm obsessed with scale and frequency. Sort of not just dynamic contrast, but the meta dynamic contrast. This is a part of the song with high dynamic contrast, transitioning it into a part of the song that's very pad heavy, that has very low dynamic contrast. I do this all the time. You'll see this in Sequester as well, where I have a part of the song that goes very much from like loud to quiet, and it's very jarring, and it's very like attack heavy, and it's just very like it's in your face, and then it do a part that's very soft, you know? What I care about when I'm experimenting with this dynamic contrast stuff, I'm doing very calculated moves in sort of the frequency that we switch between quiet and loud, and also the frequency that we switch between parts that switch between quiet and loud and parts that really don't that much. So here we have like, this is like some Redux shifter automation stuff. I'm using granulator here to granulate a guitar sample. This one's called farting really slowly. I wonder what this sounds like. Yeah, I guess. Jesus. This is from a bio sample. Atmos, stutter, bubbles. We will see what this sounds like together. A bunch of bubbles. And then I put it through spectral blur. Spectral blur is like a thing in Ableton that, I mean, there's an analog of it in FL, right? In like Edison. It's like one of the reasons why people go back to FL is for like a spectral blur thing that they don't know that they could also get in Ableton. Eating with Aria. You know, that's fine. I'm fine not having Edison blur as long as I don't have to open that god-awful 2007 program. At least Ableton looks like an Excel spreadsheet from 2007, okay? These are chops from Jasmine's vocal bounce for this song. Jasmine sent her vocals, had vocals to this recorded before this beat even fucking existed, because Jasmine had vocals to this recorded on the old version of this beat and sent them over, but the old version of this beat was slightly slower, but I didn't care. I just like sped up her vocals a little bit in complex. And it was swagged up and it was goated with the hashtag sauce. Yeah. That's pretty much everything. This is just granulated stuff. I also have this like, this guitar part. I just sort of bring it back raw and wholesale. Transphobic piano, that's because I was using Spitfire Labs soft piano. Nowadays, I would highly recommend you use, oh, can someone link to the biosample packs? Yeah, nowadays I recommend Imagiro piano, but I basically made this, and then before I sent it out for mixing, this stuff came out about the fucking CEO of Spitfire being kind of an asshole. It's not the worst thing ever if you use Spitfire samples, because like at the end of the day, it's like don't send them any money and don't recommend them to people. But I draw a hard line at like I'm not gonna use free stuff provided to me by people who actively don't want me to exist, and so I think it'd be cool if people supported someone who does explicitly support trans people and also makes very good music. Imagiro coming out with a granulizer that you should really cop. This piano though, I did this thing. I just sort of automated an auto filter on that. I think this is a really cool sound. Cool. Yeah, we're moving forward. We're going way faster now. We sort of use the same structure again. Originally, this song was just gonna be like this kind of thing. It wasn't gonna switch into like the My Chemical Romance-y stuff that we did at the end. But overwhelmingly, I felt like this was the song that experimented the least. And at some point I DM'd Jasmine. I was like, I feel like we gotta redo Subject. Like, I feel like we gotta make big changes on Subject. Like, it's the worst song right now on Isomorph. And it's like, the features are good and the beat is good. It just doesn't do enough. And Jasmine was like, oh, I have such an idea for you, but you have to wait because I gotta make sure it works in my head. And she wouldn't tell me, and I kept bugging her about it. And then when she finally told me, she was like, you should do a rock ballad. And I was like, yeah. But you could have told me that 2 days ago. So shout out Jasmine. So here's the thing. This is the same as before, but with just more of the drums brought in. And then also I use a different snare and I use a different kick. But this is the same sort of like thing that I did over here, or wait, here. But I also have like a little bass going. You could see, where's my little bass section? Bass. This is my beefy little growly guy bass. It comes back in song 2. Which kind of rocks. This whole song, by the way, chord progression wise, until the very end, it's just like 4-1. The whole way through, it's just 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. Chord progressions don't need to be complicated to make your song kick ass, I think. I don't know how I made this, but it kind of rocks. I called it PS1 Stab because I think it reminded me of an old video game, but I think honestly, it probably reminded me mostly of the PS2 opening sound. And I mixed it up with the PS1 sound. Yeah. Sorry for making you go through that, Charlotte. So we move forward. I can talk about my vocals here, because this is like, all right, the vocals are muted. I can't really talk about anyone else's except for that they did good vocals.
It was never memorized this long, and I never wanted to attach so strong, and
I really wanted the sort of transition between high-pitched vocals and low, and I had to re-record this like 5 times because it kept sounding really fucking weird and strange. But it's 2 different takes for the high and the low, and I just sort of use a filter to switch between them. In this part, I have a lot more cooler stuff going on with my vocals because I wanted it to sound very spacey. And vocal, everything's the same color.
let the days roll over, and we can let the flowers grow.
Lots of like reverse reverb, reverse echo stuff, you know?
We'll go to places that we'll never know.
I have a 2-note harmony track. I think this adds so much though. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it today. 1 month since isomorph. Cool. So we can talk about my vocals on this part too, but they're much simpler because it was just it was never meant to last this long. And you know, we get into the second half of this, and this song goes nuts and crazy, and you guys know this. Little reminder. Let's look at the drums first. So if I'm showing you like the drums from the earlier section. Right, and then I'm showing you the drums from the break. Right, this is what happens when the drums come in here. We get these massive drums because I'm a drummer by trade. That's like what I did before I started producing. Drum fill, I will tell you the sauce. The sauce for good sounding drum fills, you take like a Travis Barker drum fill, or you could chop up your own drum fill, or you can use some fucking underscores drum fills. You can use whatever. I use Travis Barker drum fills so much that if you have that kit and you use it a lot, you'll be able to hear the Travis Barker fills all over my stuff. But this specific Bonzo on the Dials preset, it's a built-in Ableton preset for drum bus, and it's so good. It's like, wait. Versus, it's just it's just like, you know, new crash. You know, I have these rides. I use the Tennyson rides all over. We talked about this. And then this snare is like 4 snares at once. Oh, hi, Rose. Yeah. Travis Barker pack rocks. This is like 4 snares because they all do their own thing. The main thing is this snare. But I also have something for more transient. I also have something for probably more noise, yeah. And then I have this little background one. Yeah. So that's mostly all I do for the drums. Big thing here, we get a bunch of guitar coming in. Jazz recorded so much fucking guitar for me for this song. She's like, No, I know. This song's maybe the biggest offender of just like sudden reverb, but I wanted it to sound fucking emo rock from 2006. How am I gonna do that without egregious reverb? Um, uh, you know, let's look at the guitar because the guitar goes crazy here. Basically, I had Jazz double all of like the original elements of like basically there's this is stuff that was playing before. If we go to the melodic part here, like ba da 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 ba da dum da dum, you know, and then also we had ba da dum dum dum, and we bring that back here. Oh, this is the ba da 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 is like a second thing that I bring in kind of in the second chorus. But yeah, we have like a lot more drums going or a lot more guitar going on. But a big thing that I do, and I do this a ton, is just like chugs, like power chord chugs. Yeah, and this hard transition gets like, it doesn't sound that jarring in context because there's a massive crash and a ton of impact stuff going on. That's most of the guitar stuff. The only thing is like these guitars don't really have any reverb on them because I want to be able to cut them really suddenly. Like I do still hate reverb.
Me alone. It seems like the rain is coming. They'll crush our castles down in the dust.
Okay, bye Pebble. Thanks for hanging out. Man, it's crazy how many people are still here. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. But this is really it. We just add guitar over the previous stuff. Keep the bio glitches in when we can, you know, because it's like a very integral part of this stuff. Just a lot more going on in the drums and guitar to sort of bring us back around. Interesting part here.
Oh, you're just a test subject. Leave me behind or just leave me to die.
So in terms of... Okay, sounds good. Bye, Micah. In terms of what happens, we move the BPM of this from 145 to 125, right at the point where I say die. What me and Jasmine did was we built this whole outro and then we re-put it back in, and we did it with this little ambient section. This ambient section is not that crazy, but I think this is cool. This is literally just transposition automation. And then you sort of fade it out at the end. And then we sort of bring in a couple like acoustic guitars. Jasmine recorded these and sent them to me. And at first I was like, what? And then I got it. And then I understood. Yeah, 25 was the original BPM of Jasmine's old vocals. So it was like kind of a full circle moment. Cool, so this is basically just acoustic stuff. Jasmine did the glitches for this part, so I don't even have it in this project file. Yeah, we were really speedrunning this song. The sauce for this, by the way, is using an echo and then just automating the delay of it down and then ping-ponging it, and it'll just sort of like re-pitch the delay down as time goes on. So you get this sort of like falling effect. Cool. Only other interesting things here. Hopefully I'm being way faster. Hopefully this is still like informative and cool. If you guys have any interesting questions, like feel free to like always be able to bring them up. I have this single shot from Jazz, and then I like sort of slowly pitch it down. Wait, I forget. Oh, I did something like with a shifter here, where the shifter is then starts like suddenly doing. Oh, you're back. We're on subject now. It took us so fucking long to get through surround, but we're going fast now. You know, I have this shifter, and then I basically turn this into a noise channel. Like just by duplicating it a bunch. I thought that was really cool. That this, I took the background noise of this and I just turned it into a thing. Cool. Then we get into the actual outro part. I'm hearing a weird vocal. Oh no, this was because Jazz did some vocal takes after this. Because that, like, when in sort of the mixing project, because Jazz mixed this.
I know you're still here, but don't feel alive. I would rather die before I leave you behind.
Does this? I hope deep down that this screams to you. I hope deep down that this screams to you in loud, bold letters. Fucking welcome to the Black Parade, because this was like the thing. This was the thing. Yeah, but like this was what you can actually hear it in the way that I had. I think time remapped these guitars that Jazz sent me, so that instead of going do do do, they went do do do, because I wanted it to be very like marching band-y. You know, I wanted it to be very welcome to the Black Parade. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum. You know, so it's just like timed a lot more like a sort of rock ballad thing. Also power chord. So, any tips on vocal production and melodies? Yeah, I talked a little bit about it in Suspend, but I would say generally vocal production is a really hard thing to get down because it's incredibly personal. Like, what's gonna sound good on my vocals is maybe gonna sound different or weird on your vocals. You know, it's a very personal process. Melody stuff is literally, I would say, just practice. Sing along to the melodies and harmonies of as many songs as you can. One of the biggest skills that you can develop as an artist is being able to like, I don't know, being able to like use inspiration from other songs without specifically copying stuff. There's a lot of interesting stuff to glean from, discussions about like flow. Like in sort of rap circle, like I don't rap, but but I do have a lot of respect for it. And I think one of the things that I think is coolest, well, I guess I do. I guess I did the fucking clip stuff. One of the things that I have like the most respect for is just like a very strong attention to meter, like the way that vocal, like the way that you structure sort of the rhythm of your stuff. Melodies and melodic contouring is stuff that you can definitely like learn to improve, but a lot of it is just going to be doing it a ton and doing it by ear. A lot of what helped for me getting better at melodies was I used to transcribe all of my melodies in MIDI so that I could map my auto tune by MIDI to my vocals. So every time I would sing melodies, I would then have to go through the extra step, like as a necessary extra step to produce my vocals. I would have to map it all into MIDI, and that gave me a really good intuition for like what intervals sound nice and where sort of melodic contouring patterns go when I am able to generate a melody from inside of my head. But honestly, it's just. In terms of melodies, it's just practice. In terms of production, I went through it a little bit before. I'll go through it a little bit in the future. But But for now, I'm just I kind of want to speed through Subject because I think Sequester is a very interesting song, and Subject I think is a really cool song. But a lot of the things that you're gonna get from Subject are things that like were fixed by Jasmine being an incredible like mix engineer. Like I unfortunately a lot of this stuff was us, we just wanted to make a fucking rock ballad, and so the things that we're doing here are not specifically like that groundbreaking. It's just cool to put this next to a big 808. Like, it's cool to hyperpop My Chemical Romance yourself every once in a while. So this is just lots of guitars, the same sort of drum stuff as before. If we go to the drums here, I'm a slut for some good drum fills. I know this is so reverbed. I know you can stab me if you want. I'll take the hit. These drums are literally kick, snare, whole way through, with like crashes and rides and stuff. But really, the things that's bringing them together are these fills, and these fills are just Travis Barker samples. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, we have a little bit of outro bass stuff. I recorded this bass. This is guitar that I pitched down an octave because I don't own a bass. But I wanted something that felt very live bass, and then I doubled it with like a sub bass. Yeah. My beloved returns. You cannot hear it in this mix. I don't know if you could hear it in the actual mix. I also have this part. This is a really cool vocal thing. This was one of the last things that we added. Yeah, we added like a little guitar like scratch thing at the end too. But a lot of this is like just Jasmine going fucking nuts, which is why I can't really break it down that much, is because so much of this is ode to Jasmine. All of these guitars and these like incredible vocal stuff is just like so, it's so lovely, and Jazz did a really good job. That's pretty much everything. I mean, is there anything that I didn't go over in this song that people would want to see in a little more detail or anything? I feel like I should probably be asking people what they want rather than just going through every single detail of every single thing, But yeah. Oh, thank you so much. This might be my favorite song off the whole project. I don't know. I feel like we understood what we were trying to do with it, and executed what we were trying to do with it in a way that I am so proud of. There are a couple songs in this that I think, like now I look back at them and I'm like, oh, if I went back, I could do this thing that I wanted to do maybe a little bit better. But Subject is one of those songs where it's like, oh, hi, NT. I don't know. It's like hard to think about like ways that this could like particularly improve for me, I guess. I'm a really big fan of this song. Okay, do we have any questions, or are we moving on? Did we beat Subject? Did we finish Subject and we move forward? I think we move forward, right? NT the ambient plug god. Yeah, I'm really happy that this song turned out the way it did. Sequester time. Sequester fucking rocks. Something cool about Sequester is that it kicks ass. We move forward. We are 4 times faster. We are opening it up. Welcome to sequester. Take a shot every time she says contrast. I'm sorry. Ah. Sometimes when Ableton loads, it likes to set the monitoring mode of whatever track is armed to in for no fucking reason. There is like I was running into trouble with Serum, so there's a Serum thing here that like didn't come through. I also didn't reinstall Carp for this because I got lazy, but I need to get Carp eventually. Shout out Nathan Blair. Okay, sequester. Actually, is it cool if we take just like a little break? I think I need a little bit of a breather. I've been staring at this screen and talking nonstop for like 2.5 hours. I think I just need to take like get a little glass of water, walk around, look at something that's not a computer, remember what it feels like to be human, and then I'll be back. Oh, also, like make sure mentally you're ready for. I'm gonna take 10 minutes off speedrun time. Jasmine, the speedrun timer is measured by the clock in the in-game timer, and it pauses when you hit pause. Okay, the in-game Ableton timer. Our pretty sunflower. I am the pretty sunflower. Down. Yeah, but thank you everyone for coming out. I am going to put the stream on standby for maybe 5 minutes, and then I'll be back. Cool? Are we cool with that? Sick.
Baby, I don't give a fuck what you thought you was struggling. Boy, I really hope you get your money up. Now with my brothers, I can say we got it out of mind. I am not your brother, man. Please don't try to hit me out. Start spending on in Texas. I can start whenever my friends and my taxes. So many relationships I was never had done. Screaming in my ear, but I'm not giving reaction. Wow.
Thank you very much. If you wanna give me talking, I haven't had enough. Cause you're the subject to my laser. And dance around the subject to my laser. You're an idiot.
Big Italy Shopify off the top with the first line.
Driving down the coastline, looking at the pink sky. You say it's a good time, I can't seem to feel right. Maybe I'm just too high, chasing a little ghost guy. Whipping through the walls and I'm stuck inside my own mind. Whoa, what are you saying? What are you doing? I can't hear myself anymore. Are we okay? Will we be fine? Doesn't matter anyway. Live my life from a distance. Feels like dying when I get too close. I dive back in. If I can't win, then all my thoughts are fruitless. Big dreams, but they're stuck in a cell. Got some money in the bank, but you never could tell. All my best friends told me to fuck myself, and I wish I knew how to feel.
Hi, Billy.
Driving down the coastline, looking at the pink sky. You say it's a good time, I can't seem to feel right. Maybe I'm just too high, chasing a little ghost guy, whipping through the walls, and I'm stuck inside my own mind. Whoa, what are you saying? What are you doing? I can't hear myself anymore. Are we okay? Will we be fine? Doesn't matter anyway.
I believe this is Saoirse as in DJ4. I think. Anyway, welcome back, gamers. It's me, Aria least favorite. Many people are saying this. I feel like it's time for us to get into sequester. Another reason for that little break is that sequester is a project file that takes a million years to open. So before we get started, I'm feeling very girl right now. This is so awesome. I'm doing very well, Billy. We have been talking about music for a long time. This is like, it's like going into a VC and people are live streaming audio, but but it's only me, and that rocks because I love talking about myself. We're gonna talk about sequester. Sequester existed in the ether as a beat that did not have any placements on it for a really, really, really long time. And so I'm gonna basically walk through kind of like what I did to make it, I think. Cool. We are like back in it. Let me start here. This song took so long to make because I swear to God there was a curse. That every single person who I asked to feature on this song had to drop out on me. Originally, this was going to be a Fixel and Billy song. Billy's great. Billy, oh hi Sheku. Billy like delivered. I love Billy. Billy's the best. And honestly, no shade on any of these people. They just had things come up because this song was cursed. May was going to be on this song, May Fixel, and then May had to drop off because she got sick and there was like school stuff and things happening. And then I was going to get Mella Iris Day on this song. Mella had a lot of personal stuff going on and had to drop out. Then I was like really desperate to get this song done. So I just sort of spewed out a bunch of invites to a bunch of people. I asked YDKM and 4CF to take the first verse on this. And YD got back to me. So then I had to rescind it from 4CF. And then something happened when I asked Mella and 4CF at the same time. Mella responded first, so then I had to rescind it from 4CF. Then Mella canceled, and so then I sent it to 4CF and YD at the same time, and then YD responded first, so I rescinded it from 4CF before 4CF saw the invite 2 times. I feel eternally so bad for this. And then eventually what happened was the song that eventually became Surrender was originally going to be featuring Wishlane and BH. But I realized that I wanted that song to be slow and sad, and I didn't think that Bryce would sort of fit that vibe very well. And I honestly thought that Bryce would fit the vibe of Sequester really well. And so then I went to YD and I was like, actually YD, I think I might take this back and we'll just have to cook on something in the future. And I'm holding myself to that. So that hopefully will happen eventually. I have so many people who I want to work with all the time. This scene is so egregiously talented. Here's the thing. One of the other core elements of my sort of sample pack stuff is if someone can find the Wishlane guitar loop sample pack on Lane's Gumroad and put it in chat, if one of you mods. The Wishlane guitar loop sample pack. That's not Saoirse Dream. That's another friend of mine, who I will see at the end of January. Lane loop kit is awesome. This kit rocks. This turned into stasis. Anyway, I will show you. This whole song is built out of some chopped up guitar that it's this. Yeah, so you kind of don't get like the full cut of it really anywhere in this song anymore. Um oh yeah, we should play Sequester User Fast. That'd be awesome. I would love that. Um okay, so this is 4 different guitar loops. This is this is and we can like extend these out, I think. Oh, sorry. There's like some redux on the master in this song. This is the same guitar loop that I used for the intro chops, or for like the intro stabs. Then also I have this. This is underscores. And then I have this is a separate lane loop, or I think this is the same one as before. Wait, what do I do here? Oh, I think this one's an octave up and this one is normal. And then I have a third, and then I have another lane loop here. And I just use that every once in a while. So it's a bunch of different guitar chops. And that's sort of the main build like thing of this. I also have this layered with a couple guitar scratches just to give it some consistency. Cool. And then that's basically like the guitar stuff. I have some bass here too, I think. The bass in this song is really weird. I switch between 2 basses, and then there's one for like the little part with Billy's at the end, because Billy's whole thing is like a completely different song basically. But it starts out like this. What a weird little bass. This might be an Ableton stock bass. No, this is normal pilled bass. I wonder what I did to do this. Yeah. So I when I chop these sort of things, I really don't have normal pilled bass is like the main bass that I use for stuff. It's so normal. Uh the when I chopped the sort of guitars for this stuff, uh it was interesting. Like I didn't have a thing in mind, but what I knew was 2 things. I knew I wanted to mess with the underscores guitars, and I knew everyone in the world also wanted to mess with the underscores guitars. So if I was going to sneak them into a song, I needed to be discreet about it. And I was also messing with lane loops, and I was dealing with this sort of thing. You go through this thing as an artist where you're like, I don't want to just like be cheating. You know, I don't want to just like use everyone else's stuff and just make all my shit out of splice loops. That's kind of like I don't think that's something that anyone will really actually fault you for unless they're an asshole. But it is just like an internal thing where I was like, I didn't want to build something just out of other people's loops because it felt weird to me. Okay, sounds good, Minty. Bye. And so I just had all these loops together, and I wanted something fast, and I wanted something like fun, and I wanted something with these like really 80s-y drums. And so I tried to take like all of the silent parts of certain samples and just make sure that like stuff was happening. Like there's a bunch of sort of jumping around. Hyperpop. Oh yeah, go to hyperpop.republican. I bought that domain. I own that domain, and I used it to redirect to Glave's website because I thought it was really funny too. Okay, these are the drums. I really wanted that like gated snare, the sort of 80s gated snare thing. So I got like I just searched like 80s, and there was like a I have like a whole synth pop kit, but none of them were cool. There was like a built-in Ableton kit that like, or Ableton loop that just sounded so exactly what I wanted. Let me see. Yeah, it's this snare. I sampled it out of a loop, I think. That's crazy. And I doubled it with this. That's the whole snare. You know, you get crash noises, or you get these sort of like um cymbals and stuff, or cymbals, hats. These hats are also from the same loop, I think. I don't know, but I think I did some processing on them. That's weird, which is why they sound so strange. And then I also have this with a wacky noise, this FX Loop Dakota. Um, this is a weird sound. I have this old. Back when I was gonna make a sample pack, I don't really think I will ever because I just use other people's samples mostly. But I made this sound. This is probably gonna be loud. I named it Dakota because my family has a cat named Dakota, and sometimes it sounds like it's meowing at me. This like loop sounds like it's meowing at me angrily. I have no fucking clue how I made that sound. The way that I did that is you can if you sort of bounce out a sound in Ableton, like if I Control J this, it'll consolidate it, and you can right click and you can hit like show in Explorer here, and it'll just open up like a folder with all of like the consolidated samples and stuff. At some point I just went through all of like the samples that I had ever consolidated, and I just pulled some of the ones that sounded cool and put them in a pack so I could use them later. And it was awesome. One of the sounds that I pulled was this one, and I did a bunch of weird stuff here. Here I'm frequency shifting I'm frequency shifting this, but I'm also splitting it. So I'm frequency shifting the left channel, like the left audio channel of it differently from the right audio channel. And I'm controlling that with an LFO, which is just mapped to the coarse pitch of the shifter, which is why you get this sort of like, it's like different in both ears, you know? I probably did some beats mode stuff in order to get the specific sound that I wanted out of this, like the specific like where it's like mapped to actual rhythm instead of just being like wow 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 wow. But doubled with the hats. It sounds cool, I think. And that's basically the drums. The kick here is like a kick. I don't know if it's that special. It is also an 80s drum machine kick. Does it have reverb on it, or is that that's just the way that the sample sounds? Yep. Very basic drums. Guitar samples chopped up pretty reasonably, I think. And then past that, that's basically what the verse is doing. There are a couple inserts. I do inserts all over the place in this song because I got really bored of this because I was sitting on this track for like months, and I didn't record a verse on it. And when I did, it took me like, this has some of the most poetic lyrics I've ever written. I think my favorite set of lyrics I've ever written was for this bridge here, the like siren hands with crimson Midas touch. But also like the verse here is like, upwind of eloquent tongue, a lack of motion will like it's very it's like very poetic, you know. Holy shit, Bryce will be at User Fest too. Like we could legitimately play this whole song. That'd be awesome. Anyway, you know, a lot of it was because I re-recorded these lyrics like 4 or 5 times. Like I redid them like 4 or 5 times. Because I wasn't happy with them because I had heard the beat so much that it like solidified in my brain. You know, when I actually came up with them, I wanted something that like sort of moved with the instrumental a lot. One of the things that I did was this specific noise. Wait. Let me cut the vocals. This sound is specifically inspired by the song Roses by Musa. At this point, Musa and I are friends now, but at this point I was just a Musa fan, and that was just a Musa song that I really liked. They did something in that song where the song was like very overwhelmingly just like a nice twinkly guitar thing, and then they did this like 808 hit that was like crazy, and then all of a sudden like a bunch of like cool little rim drums come in, and then the song like hits and it goes crazy. I wonder if I have that song downloaded so I can like show it. Yeah. Right here. Like, that's fucking awesome. So I stole it. Something fun about producing, just steal other people's sauce, I think. Cool. Speaking of other sauce that I stole, if I go to oh, it's right here. It's right here. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Did she steal this from underscores? Yeah, she did. I use this later too. I put it in this part originally, but I wanted it to be more apparent in Bryce's part too. Yeah, so a lot of this is just really like inserts and quick cuts. You know, I'm a slut for dynamic contrast. I'll say this once, I'll say it again, I'll say it a million goddamn times. Yeah, so bass, that stuff. A lot of this is just really quick cuts. Like literally cutting for vocals is something I do super often. That's another reason why I really don't like using reverb except for very sparingly. If I'm cutting stuff, it's much easier for me to go like this. Just fully take a piece of audio and hit 0, which will deactivate every track that you have selected. That's so much easier for me than having to like go through and like group stuff and cut specific things, you know. But it won't work if you have like reverb, because then the reverb will sort of ring out on stuff. You know, you could do those cuts later in the process, but I send my stuff out to other people for mixing, you know. So I have all these inserts. And they're just like weird little noises, you know. Something that I liked overwhelmingly about this song was just like, I thought it was cool that it was like basically just guitar and drums that led to the sort of motion of this. I'm someone who likes doing a lot of stuff very often. That's like basically how the verse sounds. I'm gonna talk about the bridge next, and then we'll move to the chorus, and then we'll move to the drop at the end, I think. This song has like a ton of stuff to go over, so. This is just granular pad stuff. Let me know if anyone has any specific questions, but these pads come from me sampling like the original guitar loop that I made the sort of like stabs out of in just like a granulator. And you can see like a lot of times when I have a granulator, I will freeze it, or I'll sort of bounce it out, and then I'll freeze the original track just so that I have like a reference of what I did. Here, this is literally granulator high pass or low pass. And then here, once I had it laid out, I put it through like a pedal and a flanger and an auto pan, just make it seem spacier basically. This is a really cool sound. This is a transphobic piano. This is just soft piano stuck through 4 different thermals. 4 different thermals, or actually 2 thermals and 2 portals, which is kind of nuts. So that's like literally just one. I can play it without these. That's all it sounds like. I also have Carp, but the plugin's not installed. Carp's like a carpless strong synthesizer thing. I also have this specific sample. This was because when Bryce sent me his vocals, he left a track in that was doing. I'll see if I can find it. The
I feel like nothing. I feel like falling.
I don't know. There was like a specific point where Bryce used this specific sound, and I was like,
It's something depressing. It feels like you lost yourself.
right there. And I was like, oh, that sound kind of fucks, but I want it to be more hidden. So I asked Bryce what sample he used, and it was like literally a Tennyson sample that I already had. Um, and so I just like added an extra layer into this sort of soft part. A lot of this song was about just like I wanted a bunch of different sections. You know, I wanted this song to feel very different every 8 bars or so, or every 16 bars or so. And a lot of that is like the first half of Bryce's verse sounds a lot different from the second half. But these bridge parts are really, it's just about like long drawn out sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm so that is overwhelmingly the vibe. That is sort of the move. Um, I don't know. Let me know if you have any more questions on the bridge or the verse stuff, but I can get into the chorus because I feel like that's where a lot of this track shines through. And then this is a good song to talk about vocals and harmonies and stuff, so I'll do that as well. But for now, we're gonna move on to sort of the chorus instrumental. Oh, something really interesting. This was when I was originally conceptualizing the lore for Elfave and the sort of Langley Fairheart thing that I had been kind of doing a little bit, you know. Um, I wanted like more stuff to hook onto to be like directly accessible within the EP. I wanted stuff that I did in the rollout to be accessible in the EP. One of those things was I was gonna have a little number station. Like number stations are like radio stations that like foreign operatives use to send coded messages across into like foreign countries or like specific operatives or something. They used to be a lot more popular, but now there are only a few in existence, and they're like public radio waves, but it's just someone saying numbers over and over again, or a robot saying numbers nowadays. And the idea is that someone can transcribe these down, and if they have the code, they can sort of decode the thing. I thought that was sick, and I wanted to do one, but I didn't end up having time. But I wanted to, and I found like a database online of like samples of a lot of these numbers stations. And one of them I thought was cool was like this one, and I sampled out 0, 1, 2, and 3. Because I'm a programmer, so I always start at 0. And so yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3. Those are like number station samples. Originally, there was gonna be like a least favorite number station where I was gonna put out little messages and stuff, but I was also scared that I didn't have the following for people to care about it. Cool. Let's talk about this.
I can't breathe, I get a little bit of it just hurts like it's a brittle bite.
The mixes always improve these songs so much, so I'm hoping Twitch compression covers how bad this sounds without mixing. I had to these glitches. This is all bio. This is all bio. I'm telling you, the bio sample pack is amazing. I had to bounce these out because this project file, when I was making it, was taking like literally 2 hours to open, and I thought it was because I was using too many samples because there were literally 20 tracks just dedicated to bio samples. So I bounced them out. But this is all about like and then the sort of like slow build into it again. Like I didn't want it to be sudden every time, you know. I wanted there to be like a bunch of risers and stuff happening. So you have the you know, that's what that is we have like the guitar. I have a super blown out guitar track that's doing that. You know, and then super blown out guitar that's doing that. And then I'm like putting that alongside 2 kicks. I actually switched the first kick from the second kick, which is funny. And then I have 2 crashes. Boom, boom, you know, and then I sort of switched between those also. That's pretty much the entirety of there's also a bass. But that's essentially the entirety of the actual like heavy part of it. The cool part of this comes in the glitch sounds and also in the sort of riser noises. I have a bunch of them. And we can go through these. I have this weird feedback thing. I can solo it, but it might be super loud. We'd have to check together as a team. The sauce for this is it's like a really simple sine wave put through some portals, but then I put it through a million shifters, and the shifters are just going up and down -24 and +24 over and over again. And it gives this like really fucking weird feedback effect that I think is really cool. And I did that, and then I think ended by pitch shifting it up 12. So it was like in that sort of frequency space where it was in my head, and I redexed it down, and then I'm just sort of automating the volume of it. I bounced it out. You could see the waveform for it looks fucking ridiculous, but I thought that was like a really cool sound. Another thing that I do, I have this like uh, Umru vocal loop choir arpeggio. That's just from that sample. Um, this is from fucking Vital. Uh, okay, bye. Thank you for hanging out for so long. But this got bounced out. And this is basically sort of the vibe from all of this was just like it is this feeling of like a couple different melodies all coming together at once and then just like immediately stopping. You know, I'm a slut for dynamic contrast. We all say it together in unison, and we all nod our heads together, and it's so cool. These are lane loop snippets. And yeah, that's like that's like the entire drop section basically. I have like some chorus box stuff.
I can't breathe, I get a little bit. It just hurts, I get so brittle by it. I'll hold off, I'll get remittal from it. I'll sequester for a little more.
Just sort of the reason these are chopped up is because it sounded weird to just cut them when the like heavy part came in. And it's interesting. The interesting part about these vocals is that these were the first vocals that I wrote for this song. I knew I wanted it to just like I had this idea. Sometimes I have interesting like vocal ideas in terms of like lyrically what I can do and structurally what I can do. And the interesting thing that I wanted here was I wanted this motif of like this thing that gets cut off by the chorus. And then when the chorus came in the second time, I wanted it to actually fill in with words to finish all these sentences. And then I ended up doing the chorus like a second time, like I doubled the chorus on the second time it comes in, and I just had it be this like very heavy sort of punk sort of thing. And then I had to do the same chorus stuff, but change those two words in order to change the meaning of the chorus. I thought that was very cool. So I can't breathe, I get a little bit tongue-tied, but it goes, the second time it's like I get a little bit stressed out, you know? Yeah, anyway, cool. We move forward. I'm so sorry I'm so slow at this. I'm like very new to doing breakdown things, and I will be faster in the future. I think it'd be cool to walk through just like the last bit of the chorus here. The only other section that does something different is I think this part of the chorus.
Stay for a little more. I can't breathe, I get a little bit stressed out. It just hurts, I get so brittle by your chest now. Hold on, I'll get remittal fucking somehow.
The difference here is basically just this is going constantly, and the drums I give a lot more leeway to just having really loud, really vibrant, really punchy drums kind of the whole time. I wanted this to sound very like punk almost, but not really punk. I don't know, something adjacent to punk. In a usual least favorite project file, how many audio MIDI tracks do you have on average? It depends. Normally 150 to 200-ish. It depends on the track, though. There are simpler songs that I've done that have stayed under like 50. But most of the time, the things that I make now, I don't know. I'm working on a song right now that's like 2 minutes long or something, and it's like 230 layers or something. But that's the thing is, that's also part of just using Ableton is like, you kind of have this thing where like, if you're using one sound for 1/16th note, you should put it, like, it makes sense to put it on its own layer because, you know, because you have to process it individually from a bunch of other sounds, you know? So it makes sense to put it on its own layer where you can do, you know, your own set of effects to it. Yeah, but generally it's because I do a lot of small, intricate sounds, a lot of like bioglitch stuff, and those things get processed individually when I work on them. Yeah. So we can look at the drums here. Yeah, and that's basically like the only difference is that literally I just bring the same stuff in but heavier here. That's pretty much everything about things that aren't the vocals or the drop section. So I'm gonna do the drop section next, and then we'll go through the vocals. So this is the drop section.
Time all the blame.
Billy fucking killed this verse. Billy did so fucking good. Is that Little John I heard in there? Was there a little bit of Lil Jon that I put in there? Who knows? Okay. This is like hyper pop. We're making hyper pop now. That was the thing. I wanted this EP to be distinct from hyper pop, but I wanted it to be, I hate when people are like weird about the term hyper pop because it's like, I know. I hate that it's a corporate invention too. I hate Spotify as much as the next girl, you know? But I also think it's really annoying to have problems with every single fucking genre label anyone tries to put on you. At the end of the day, genre labels are for listeners who are trying to find music. Hyperpop is cool because it's a terrible name because it's not really a genre, it's just a group of people. And I think it's awesome as a group of people, and I want to pay tribute to it, you know? So yeah, my little escape room section that I put in here. Super squares, I think, is what I'm doing here. If I had to guess, talk about the bass. This is one of those things where I'm doing a sub bass and a high pass bass. So really loud sub bass. You can see this is literally just a sine wave through a saturator. This utility is on every track. I had it on like the big group that I called sidechain, but I sort of shifted it to every track when I exported stems for mixing because you can't export like group effects in Ableton easily. But you could see this is the curve that I use for sidechaining. I duck everything to 0 completely in order for the bass to just, or in order for the kick to just hit on its own. And I actually duck out a little bit before that. There was a conversation that like, I think fucking Schnoz and Zave and Steege were having about like some of the Leroy side chains, and they were like, this is like a cool thing that Leroy does, and I like picked that up because I'm a huge fan of both of those people. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna use this. So I like duck out a little bit before the kick too, just like make the most sampleable kick possible, you know? Yeah, and then the snare has a huge amount of well, the snare, I think everything might explicitly cut for the snare. I don't know. I forget how I did it. Or actually, it looks like I don't cut for the snare here. 1 second. Yeah, I don't cut for the snare in this song. Anyway, so bass here is just like really saturated sine wave. And then I have a high-passed 808. This is, I think, the same. Oh no, it's not. It's a different 808, but it's another bio 808. That's what these sound like together. And then I have them layered with where's the chords? Drop chords. This layer has a serum that is corrupted right now, so I can't show you this, but this is almost certainly a super saw. Like I called it future bass chords. I have this like coming in with this thing because I wanted it to like have a little bit of lead in. you know, and then we sort of move forward. I have kind of like the actual chords themselves, and then I have a little arp. Like this is I called it Daria arp when I made it because I made this arp originally for. Sometimes people don't know that I made this song, and so I will also just claim ownership of this song very quickly. This song that I made for user. God, way too many people have heard it. You can hear it in the background. It's like layered against the. Okay, bye. It's like layered against the. God, I'm so sorry that everything is taking so long. I feel so bad at streaming. Nistopia listened to Aria Core on stream last night. What did Nistopia think about? Oh yeah, for Fran's video, right? What did Niz think of that? Yeah, so this is just like chords very loud against the bass, doing the same sidechain thing. And besides that, we have just a couple little guitar chops. These are sort of situated in between the actual bass hits. So if like, hi Iris, how are you? Like they're kind of like switching in between. It's again like a dynamic contrasty thing. Really loud moments and then just like some twinkly guitar bits. I also have some other stuff. Hey Billy. That's like a Billy noise. Kick. The drums for this sound cool. So for this, I'm doing the sort of glitch stuff that I did before. Jasmine was actually in the stream with me while I made these glitch sounds. Yeah, and then I have like the sort of Dakota thing that I did before. And then this snare is a Tracy snare. Shout out Tracy for that fucking crazy snare. Tracy the snare. Very willowy sort of snare. You know, little hats. Are these also Tracy hats? They are also Tracy hats. Tracy Venti Frap hats. Tight kick. This is maybe a bio kick. We can. Oh no, this is also a Tracy kick. These are all Tracy pack drums. I will tell Tracy that because we were talking last night. Anyway, yeah, I have a little lead into the snare. I think it's cool to do this every once in a while. Like where it kind of fades into the snare, you know, you get a little bit of, and then I do a really big one here. Yeah, like very cool, very swag. That's basically the drums. The only other element of this is I have some like little vocal chops from an underscores vocal chop thing. This is from like, in context, this is like from that thing, but yeah. And that's literally all there is to it. It's not that complicated. Billy went crazy on vocals. The vocal thing is muted. We're so close to done with this one.
I'm so pretty, I'm so high. Heads up, man down. Keep your hair down. I'm so melodramatic. Think I'm gonna die when I go outside. What does it?
Something Billy might not know. I don't know if Billy's still in here, but
I'm so melodramatic. Think I'm gonna die when I go outside.
that's me. That's me screaming right there. I doubled Billy's screaming because I wanted the screaming to be like stereo. I wanted 2 tracks of it, but Billy only recorded one
I'm so melodramatic. Think I'm gonna die when I go outside.
And then I also, I think, recorded.
Take, 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 take.
I also recorded harmonies here for Billy's thing. Um,
I'm so pretty. I'm so hot.
I actually don't know. This might be a Billy sample. I'm not 100% sure where this comes from, but boy oh boy did I do some processing on it. This is a vocal chain that I made and then used very briefly, but it's got way too many compressors. And I put another one in because someone tweeted at me and said this had too many compressors. Because I tweeted every time someone complains about how many compressors are on my vocal chain, I add another one. But overall, adding too many compressors is bad, actually. Who would have thought? And so that's cool. That's the whole thing. The instrumental for this brings in some of the guitar stuff from earlier. Once we get to the second half of this, like. You know, like at first where it's doing its own thing. But here it goes like ba ba da da da, and that leads into sort of the outro chorus, where I'm doing the same thing, but now I'm using the bass from the sort of like heavy hyper poppy part, so it hits even harder just right at the very end of the song. Cool. Last thing to talk about is my vocals, and then we can move on to Surrender, which is going to be quick because that song is not that bad. Oh my god, the vocals are sort of like.
Upwind of eloquent tongue, a lack of motion will fray the edge of memories. I don't think it matters to me.
Okay, we're going to talk about harmonies. We're going to talk about my vocal chain. We're going to go through it all right now, okay? Here's my vocal chain. Peak compressor, regular compressor, EQ out below the fundamental and boost the highs a little bit. Gate OTT. I know that I put my auto-tune way too late in the chain, okay? You should put these two things, auto-tune, form, and shifting. You can put them way earlier if you want. I use vocal bender here. Sometimes I use little alter boy, but if you use little alter boy, you have to know that little alter boy will add stereo artifacts to even a mono sound. So if you use little alter boy, what I recommend is going and just searching left. It'll give you this specific preset that's a utility preset that'll just take the left channel of your audio after little alter boy, so it won't do any stereo artifacting. I don't know why little alter boy does stereo artifacting. It's like actually absurd. Anyway, so little de-esser. This de-esser kind of sucks though. This is like the waves de-esser. I much prefer the split band de-esser built into Ableton, or what I use generally, and the best de-esser that I've ever found is the RX8 DS, this specific de-esser. Oh, it's like covered up a little bit. But this RX8 DS, I think I have it because I have Nectar. But it rocks. If you can find that somewhere, then use it. Then after that, I sort of send my audio in parallel to 3 different things. I have a reverb channel that I tend to turn off like 90% of the time. It kind of depends on vibe. I have sort of a raw channel, which isn't really raw because I have like a limiter and... Oh, I'm using this weird. What the fuck? What the fuck am I... That's wild. Oh, this is on dry wet 0. Why? I probably automated this at some point and then forgot. Okay, so raw vocal is literally just the raw vocal through. Reverb is like reverb. Normally I would sidechain this, but I was stupid when I made this chain. And then amp is like a separate track that I have that is just fully saturated, and then I do the sort of Haas effect thing where I put the left and right channels slightly delayed, because a lot of times like that gives you like a lot of like, I don't know, like listen, like
Upwind of eloquent tongue.
Yeah, but if I put this in, it's like
Upwind of eloquent tongue.
oh, like that's hyper pop, baby. Sorry, my bad. EQ out the sort of lows that we don't need again. A big thing that I do a lot of the time is I'll sort of reduce the fundamental and the first harmonic of my vocals, and then generally what I'll do nowadays is I'll sort of duck the mids around here.
Upwind of eloquent tongue, a lack of motion will fray.
And sometimes boost up here. Like that's generally my vocal EQ, but it depends. It's all vibe based. Here I use fresh air. to add a bit of extra crisp on the high end. Fresh air is free. Cool. So that's vocal chain stuff. We can talk about harmonies. Here I am doubling with. It's always very easy to double your vocals with an octave down and an octave up. That'll give you like a lot of fuck. Oh, this is like MIDI. What is going on? Oh, somehow I managed to unarm the like this is just pitched down an octave. This is pitched up an octave. I don't know why I didn't re-record that in falsetto, but whatever. And then I sort of have
A lack of motion will fray the edge of memories. I don't think it matters to me. A lack of motion will fray.
this is the same harmony, but one's up an octave and one's down an octave. For me, a lot of times I'll just write one harmony, but I'll duplicate my vocals so that it sounds like thick when I need to, you know, because writing harmonies is hard and I'm generally a very lazy individual. But we can look at the harmonies compared to the regular ones. You could see that again, I'm doing very tight harmonies in this song. It's sort of built off of. Well, I think actually what I'm doing here is I'm trying to capitalize on if I were to pitch this up like 2 octaves and then compare it. Oh no, I'm literally just doing like tight harmonies. 1 second. Yeah, these are going down. These are or wait. Sorry, I'm like looking at what I'm doing. These are like down 2 most of the time. I fuck around with it a little bit. This is like these are like based on thirds mostly, but I sort of flip to sixths every once when it makes sense to. These harmonies are not super complicated. A lot of times you can just plot out your harmonies like this if you're not specifically hearing a harmony in your head, and you can kind of brute force it, just build off of thirds and sixths. Try not to keep parallel fifths for too long. Try not to keep parallel fourths for too long, you know, standard harmony stuff. But yeah, that's basically all of that. There are these little inserts, or this little thing that I called sparkle. It's really just bit speak. When you left me, you know, that I keep in these verses.
Hide my face, and when you left me for a second.
And those come through a lot more in the actual thing. I do a ton of like duplicate this, put it up an octave, and then pan in slightly different directions. But I do that sort of sparkle thing in the chorus itself as well, because the chorus has that one soft layer, and then I have like a very bit speaky, distorted, loud thing going on over top. Over top the like loud guitar part, you know. It's cool. It's swagged up. Yeah, I think honestly, I don't know. This song is interesting. Like a lot of the songs that I make are not particularly that overwhelmingly complex. A lot of my sauce is just find things that work and mash them together in interesting ways. A lot of this song was like, I know I like chopped up guitar loops. I know I like 80s drums. I know I like 2020 hyper pop. I know I like loud guitars, you know. I'm always a dynamic contrast girly, but a lot of finding yourself, a lot of figuring out your own artistic style is just taking all of your influences and trying to find a way to mend them together in a way that is really interesting. The reason why Fishmonger was very like mind-blowing to me was not specifically that Fishmonger did a ton of stuff, like Frailty did a ton of stuff with sound design that I don't even know how I could possibly approach. But Fishmonger to me was just so brilliantly innovative in taking things that I already liked from disparate parts of my brain and putting them together and showing me that that was possible, you know. And so when I try to make stuff, you know, it's based on like I don't know, the intricacies come more in the conceptual, like the sort of songwriting of it and the actual production of it. Like once you break it down, hopefully it doesn't seem that terrible or that difficult. But that's sequester. I mean, it took a while to get through sequester, a little bit of a trudge, but we pulled it off. Um, yeah. How's everyone feeling? How's everyone doing? Chat's been a little bit quiet. I know there's 30 of you here. Um, 1, 2, good. Watching vigilantly. Are you guys taking notes? um, Hi everyone. Yeah, no, does anyone have any like specific questions? I know sometimes people zone out and just hear the sound of my voice, and I understand it's because my voice is like so beautiful and so pretty, and I'm like so hot and so attractive. And I get it and I understand. Um, but if you guys do have any questions about this song specifically, I'm here and I'm welcome to answer them. You know, if anyone has, I think this is also a song um, specifically that like is really good if people have questions about vocals, because I think this is maybe my best vocal performance of the whole EP. So if anyone has any questions on vocals or anything like that, I can sort of answer them as well. But otherwise, we can move on to Surrender, which is not that difficult of a. Yeah, welcome to the least favorite. How many takes does it usually take for me to get the good take? Depends. Surround literally took me maybe 100 takes of saying individual words. Um, this one you can see it's chopped up, but the highest number I'm seeing here is like 14. Probably took about 14 takes of chopping each. Like the only way that I could like stream stuff on Ableton. We're finishing up sequester. I thought that was the only way that I could stream stuff on Ableton, like to friends and stuff. And it's true, that is the only way because ASIO doesn't work, but ASIO also cuts all the vocal delay out and lets you just like record and you don't have to like shift it into place afterward, which fucking rocks. It took me so long to learn that. But basically I was so used to recording and then afterwards shifting vocals into place because I was recording on MME. For a really long time that like I couldn't do monitoring because the delay would fuck me up. It'd be like that thing where like you ever do that thing that like what's good Willow? I don't know. You ever do that thing that they used to have like little iPod apps for where it was like yeah, where they used to have little iPod apps where it would like take whatever you were saying and it would play it back in your head like half a second later and it would fuck up all your speech patterns. It's like I can't. It fucks me up so bad, you know. Um, uh, you know. Sorry, I'm real quick. Yeah, so latency fucks me up. I never use it. The only latency that I use is my dear friend Iris. Hashtag make latency make latent prod for me. We love drinking noises. Someone's gonna sample my drinking noises and you I completely forget it's I yeah, my bad. It's the same one I just said C at the end on accident. My bad. Um anyway, these vocals are cool. Let me get rid of this.
Iron hands with crimson lighters touch my carrying grain.
Main thing is just this. I have I think the octave down is I think in this layer, which I don't do normally. I don't know. I don't know where I did that, but this is I think a chain. This is built out of a chain that I stole from Wishlane actually. Um, I don't know. We'll see. Oh yeah, this is what I'm doing. I have the mix on this little altar boy not turned up all the way. Siren hands with crimson Midas touch, and then I have the high harmony.
Siren hands with crimson Midas touch the
You know, and then I have like a low harmony,
glass of fractured chandelier.
and then I have the whole thing down an octave.
Siren hands with crimson
Ooh, that makes me feel weird in my head. And I think I have the same thing just doubled. But I'm like form and shifting it differently so that the sum total of all of these things is just like a feeling of like, you know, the only thing on top of this is this little background layer, which is like off time. It's like Midas touch, Midas touch. It kind of like
Hands with crimson Midas touch my
Midas touch.
carrying grace.
You know, cool. That's the bridge vocals. A lot of times, the densest harmonies are just like 2 tracks for me, and then a lot of like octave stuff. Normally the most I will do is like 2 layers of harmonies. The only will see me break that rule and suspend. But I think it's best if we continue moving forward. Cool. We all good? We all swagged up? Anyone have any outstanding questions on sequester before I leave it in the goddamn dust? I think it's surrender time. I think it's surrender time. You cool with that? Surrender time, everyone. Surrender is the simplest song. Surrender is the simplest song. Sequester and Surrender are both hardly knower songs. I think they're the only 2, and they're right next to each other. Subject, I know her quite well. Subject, we went to high school together. A little bit of... Are you guys actually getting my drinking noises, or is like the noise gate that I put in OBS actually like doing its job? Let me know. Let me know if you can hear me drink. Do you guys want like a good least favorite gulp to sample? Can you hear them? Ooh. Oh God, that was awful. I'm so sorry. Here's the story behind this one. Nope, this one. This was originally Surrender, was this guitar loop. Okay. Surrender was the last song that we made. Surrender was the last song that we made for this project, and we made this song quickly. We made this song like in under a week. All of the other songs in this project have a time span of like maybe months, especially like songs, I mean, like the Cat thing. Cat reached out and asked for, I sent Kat a snippet of Suspend because I used a guitar loop that she had in her sample pack. I was like we like didn't really know each other, but we were like in a call one time, and she was like, "Does anyone want to beta test my sample pack?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I sent her like the thing that I made, and she like specifically asked me if she could feature on it, which was like the most absurd thing that's ever happened to me in my like. I'm just a girl on the internet, and you are Saoirse Dream. That fucking rocks, you know? But then like, you know, the process of interfacing with people, and especially people who make a lot of music and have a lot of ongoing projects, and especially like Kat was like finishing up Star and had a bunch of like actual like paid features that she had to do before she was doing features for like other people's projects, you know? There were a lot of different obligations that were sort of roaming around. This song, because it didn't have any features, was like one of the fastest ones to finish. But it did have co-production from Wishlane and Lovehitch, my dear friend Patty and my dear friend Lane. The story behind this is that this song was, I was really scared. Lane is maybe, I would say like the primary artistic inspirations behind this EP are equally Wishlane and Underscores. I think those are the 2 artists that at the time that I was making this were like inspiring the most in me. Like there were a ton of artists who like I think had their inspiration make their way into this, you know, project. If you go to, here's a fun little secret for people who, let me just double check that it yeah. Okay. If you go, lfave.co is my website. You go to lfave.co and you peek at the HTML. There's a little comment here that says, hey, like, there's no secrets here. I didn't put any secrets in the HTML except for this. You get a little reward for snooping around. You go to this link, it will redirect you to a specific song that inspired me. You know, this is Lone Sharks. If I do it again, oh, Roses. We talked about that one earlier. You know, shout out Owen. Oh, it's now Owen is lost. I gotta go fix that. Anyway, yeah. So, you know, but primarily Lane was such a big influence to me as an artist. And working with Lane was like very. I mean, I love Lane so much, and we're legitimately really good friends. Uh, it was also just something that like I don't know. I didn't really know Lane's read on my art, and at that point, like the best song that I had put out was like I Have No Fun. I Have No Fun is like I don't know. It's not a bad song, but I didn't produce it myself, and it feels very 2020 hyperpop, you know. And I didn't have much to show like my actual repertoire of like what I was making because I was working so hard on isomorph. Um, and when I asked Lane, do you want to work on stuff? And Lane was like, yeah, of course. I was like, oh, sick. I do not want to squander this. There were a ton of whips that just completely did not go anywhere that were originally going to be like, maybe Lane and Bryce could be on this, or maybe, I made like 3 different things. And then one day I really wanted to write a very soft and sad song, and very specifically with isomorph. Surrender was made at a point where the project was extremely matured. Like I understood the takeaway that I was having, which was generally like when I was making a lot of these earlier songs, Stasis was originally meant to be the closer, but it was made way before I processed the events that made me make Isomorph in the first place. It couldn't necessarily be the closer because or it couldn't definitionally close my thoughts on this whole project because I kept growing afterward for a while. And by the time that we were making Surrender, because it was the final song that we had to do, I understood the meaning of this project to me as this is an archival work, and also these are things that I don't specifically believe. And I was trying to, there was a really interesting feeling that I was dealing with when I was writing Surrender, where like, I don't know, I left a relationship and it was like my first real one. And it really, I part of the reason I feel weird is that it really wasn't so big of a deal that it needed an EP. It was just that big of a deal to me because it was like my first breakup, you know. But that being said, it's like there's this feeling that I had of like I'm constantly like I'm very autistic. I have to learn to adapt to social cues and learn how to operate in adult relationships, and there's a lot of feeling of just like getting out of a relationship like that, and the feeling of like, oh, I know that I need to grow and I know that I need to change. And I was feeling this weird feeling of like, yeah, I know that I need to grow, but I think part of that is like you can only fall in love for the first time once, and a big part of that is like because you don't know how you're doing it, like it's kind of like both doomed to fail and also really cool in a way that is specific to being something that is unsustainable, I guess. Like a level of just like obsession and attachment that was overwhelmingly not healthy for me, and especially not healthy for the other person, and Surrender is a song about like, okay, I know that I need to grow up and I know that I need to give this thing up. But it does kind of suck that I don't know. It's a song about quitting heroin and being knowing that you're doing a good thing, but also just kind of being a little bit bummed out because even though heroin is bad for you, it feels very cool and you don't get to do it again. Don't do heroin. This is not me advocating for heroin. I have never done heroin. So the vibes going into Surrender were I wanted to write a song about this specific emotion because it was an emotion that I had already grown past at the point that I had written Surrender, but it was also an emotion that I thought was very interesting and worth exploring. this was one of the only things where I was writing about a feeling that I had in the past rather than a feeling that I had in the present, you know, at the point in time when I was writing it, I guess. Uh, Aria least favorite, bravely goes pro heroin. I'm joking. Twitch admins, don't do drugs. No one here do any drugs ever. Not even your prescribed one. Oh, well, now I've gone too far in the other direction. That's my bad. You know, in terms of surrender, I wrote it originally as a poem. I wrote it because I wanted to explore metaphor and I wanted to explore lyricism. And it was a very weird song to fit into sort of isomorph as a whole project, because isomorph is something that is so built on. Isomorph is a project that is so overwhelmingly built on like this idea of art, like dynamic contrast, and these ideas of like everything should be complex and intricate and worked very heavily. And here is a song in the middle of it that is like, I'm trying to do a fish song, I'm trying to do a blossom, you know. It's like it's weird to fit into it. So my compromise was, I want a song that's very simple but has teases these little complex elements, and then at the end I have this little drop section that I made. And then this is the thing. Originally, it was just the song flatly all the way through, and then the drop section at the end. And originally, the drop section was going to be shoegaze. The drop section was going to be shoegaze because I had Patty Clovehitch working with me, and Patty Clovehitch is fucking great. And one of the things that Patty is great for is fucking shoegaze. And I had Patty record so many guitars for me, and I hope those get repurposed someday, because I dropped it in order to do this little like breathe in, breathe out kind of vibe. We love Patty Clovehitch. This is so much worse without the mix. But the vibe of this was, I simultaneously wanted something that like lived and breathed dynamic contrast, but also everything was telegraphed. Like a lot of what I was doing in the past with subject was like very hard 808, very suddenly. Whereas with this, the idea was like, I didn't want it to feel shocking. I wanted everything in this song to feel inevitable. I wanted this song to feel like it was growing and that it was getting out of scope, but I didn't want this song to feel surprising, because the point of the song is not that it's surprising. The point of this song is, you know, all is well, but something is surrendered. You know, this is all for the best, but there is something that I am grieving here, you know? And so the feeling of the drop that I was trying to establish was like, this is something that feels big and feels momentous, but I don't want it to feel surprising. Or you know, it should be in contrast to the rest of the song, you know, but I don't want the actual elements of it to feel like they're on you. I want everything to flow very nicely, flow very smoothly. And the way that I did that was through a lot of fades and you know, risers, impacts. This is basically a thing that is based on risers and impacts, and that's the whole thing. Let's go over the part of the song that is easy to go over. Okay, the vocals are really simple because it's just one take.
I built an effigy from willow tree. And on the day that I learned what you were was not what I had built, I saw the flame that had destroyed the earth reflected in my guilt.
This is one of those ones where I just sort of heard out the melody in my head. A lot of times it's nice to start on a third. Like you can start from that, like I, and then like, and on the day, you know, like build it starting from the third or from the sixth, and then sort of work your way just based on feeling out the sort of the sound of it. But I felt like this is a song that had to come from the heart. And I felt like as a necessary component of that, you know, like, the harmonies couldn't be something that were calculated. They had to be something that I thought were cool and sort of made just from my brain and head. Patty recorded a bunch of guitars, and then I ditched it to do this thing. And then Patty was like, okay, but I hear this other thing. I hear this other thing in between the verses. I want this swell. That was Patty's idea. That was overwhelmingly Patty's idea. And Patty recorded a bunch of horns and cool stuff for it. This song is built on the backs of Lane and Patty overwhelmingly, which is why like they're credited. You know, a lot of this EP is built off of like my own personal, like, I want to be the main creative mind behind this. And this was the only song where I was like, I want this to be like fully a group out. Like I want there to be, I want this to be primarily like a shared vision rather than primarily my vision with maybe some help from other people, you know? So vocals are just single track vocals. I add an octave up and I add a harmony for the second thing, or for the second verse, and then I have the sort of third verse. This is all just slowly adding stuff. This is gonna be like, I think, one of the easiest songs to try to replicate if you are like trying to build off of the things that I do. Like, this guitar is recorded by Lane. Lane's incredible. I don't know how they do it. Lane's incredible. And we just sort of loop that the whole time. I add like a little bit of, yeah, Lane, this was like one of the first things that Lane sent was like this reversed guitar thing. But it's all very like vibey. I had this. And I doubled it with a synth. The synth doubles with like a sine wave and octave up, which is what gives it that sort of high-end sparkle. And then I'm also echoing. And then sometimes what I do when I want a song, or when I want something to like, when I want a reverb to really draw itself out for a long time, is I'll compress the echo or the reverb or whatever, because that'll sort of like push it up for longer. You know, so I have that so that, because I wanted this reverb to really last forever, because I wanted this song to feel like you were entering like a space. Like, I wanted to establish a vibe more than anything, rather than just throw a bunch of noises at you, which is what I normally do. This is also Lane. Lane did an incredible amount of stuff. Lane recorded guitar for this. Lane recorded a piano for this. Lane recorded horns for this. These are some strings that Patty sent that I think are very beautiful. I added some auto pan to them because I'm crazy. The verse, or the bass in this song, is really interesting. For a song that really doesn't have much bass, I think the bass is really interesting. This is what the bass sounds like. All right, that's a lot of high end for a bass. Why are you using multiple notes in your bass, Aria? You know, sometimes you need a little polyphonic bass. This is sauce that I use all the fucking time now. I have a bass that's playing a bunch of notes. It'll play like the lowest notes that are like audible. It'll play them an octave up, and then it'll play some harmonies of those notes, like an octave or two up, but with the velocity way down. And then I make this in wavetable, and I can map specifically the velocity to amplitude is normally mapped to 50, but you can increase that. If you increase that to 100%, that means that the velocity of the note that you play 100% determines the volume that comes out of the wavetable. So you can use that to mix between notes in the bass just based on velocity stuff. And so you can use that alongside, normally if you do that alongside saturation or something, you can get some really cool harmonics, or like overdrive or something, you can get some really cool harmonics coming out of your bass. I use that in the fucking, you heard the shitpost snippet that was like, you did me dirt, why? Because what did I do? The like Ice Spice thing that I made. You know, a polyphonic bass is cool. I learned this sauce from Link. Let me get Link's Twitter. Shout out Link. Link gave me this sauce because it was really old From the Heart sauce. And as much as From the Heart is like as much as it is fuck Valentine until the end of time, it is yeah, of course. It is simultaneously good to take that sauce and take the things that I think made those songs really valuable to me as a budding artist and try to reuse them in interesting ways. A lot of the From the Heart sauce is like big vinyl distortion, digital clip, and polyphonic bass stuff. And Underscores I know uses a ton of polyphonic bass. Like that's what if you've heard like Trustfall, the Trustfall is built completely off of polyphonic bass. Like that's the main sort of instrument. For these swells, we built the first swell on call together, me and Patty, and then the other swell that we did, or the other swell, sorry, I'm looking for someone else because I know I'm going to have to shout out someone else very soon. Yes. Yeah, so we built this first swell together. This was like very much Patty's doing. I added a bunch of stuff. But we can go through it. This is all the stuff that Patty did. So there's like some horns here. There's also some little trills and sort of orchestral elements. Was From the Heart canceled? Yeah. Valentine kind of stole all of the streaming revenue and didn't pay anybody. That's why From the Heart doesn't exist anymore. Also, I was making like weird suggestions with like there were a lot of like minor we're not catering to that well at all. You know, I can't really speak on it because I'm not really close to that sort of thing. Like that was before I entered the scene. But I remember because one time I did an Ableton lesson with Guppy back before Guppy was super huge. And I idly mentioned From the Heart, and then I felt bad because afterwards I learned that they were like canceled. I wonder if Guppy, you know what? We got to get Guppy and to know me. I think it'd be so funny because it's 2 years later and I'm a girl now. Like, I think that's the best outcome that can come from Ableton lessons is you're a girl now. Anyway, sorry. It's very silly. Riser vocal. I bring it back. I use it all the fucking time. I also I use these little Schnoz bass glitches a lot. These are from the Schnoz packs. I just think they're so cool. I OTT'd it a bunch, and then I EQ'd out the super low end. I also have this little bass that's doing this. And then some like beepy boopy noises. Oh, this was really fun to make. I think this sounds fucking awesome. What I did was I took a scale in Ableton that's a MIDI effect that forces notes to conform to a certain scale, and I forced it into major pentatonic, and I took keyboard. I use a Korg Nano Key 2. It's literally basically the only piece of kit that I keep on my desk because I need to move very quickly. This fucking beast. This fucking Novation launch. Never fucking use it because it takes up too much space on my desk. And honestly, I just need to input notes, you know? I don't need all these fucking knobs all the time. I don't need pads when I could use the keys in like this little nano key as pads if I need to, you know? But all I did was I took this keyboard and I went like this. I went, and on one take I went up the keyboard, and on the other take I went down the keyboard, and then that's it. These are just mapped to sine waves. The only other thing is that it's doing mono, so it's doing mono with a little bit of glide, so it's like gliding around all over the place too. But you can see like these are just going in opposite directions, so they sound different in your ears. But this is like I'm really glad that this is a really like this is an element that really came through in this flourish. You know, I edited the MIDI a little bit just to give it a little bit of resolve, I think. And then, yeah, just a little bit of, just a couple risers, you know. Yeah, that's pretty much this song. I also have these like beeps. In lieu of like actual drums, I just sort of keep this beep. Like this is what I use for drums because I thought this song was too fragile for drums, until the very end at least. Actually, Lane had to talk me out of drums. There was a point in time when I added more drums, and Lane was like, "I really don't think that this is a song that needs drums." Lane also talked me out of. Originally, Lane was going to be a vocal feature on this, but Lane also talked me out of that. Lane was like, "This is, I think, too personal a song for you to put me on it in like a vocal way, just to have me as a co-prod." And I was like, "Yeah, no, that makes sense." Lane also provided this little granular thing, which I love to death. And those sort of exist in the spaces between verses. Um, yeah, that's most. So the second flourish in this song, basically, the first flourish was built on stream with, or not on stream, but on call with Patty. And then the second flourish was built with, it was mostly me, but there was a little bit of help that I got from Mirid, who is just someone I was in a server with. We're not like, we don't really, we haven't really talked outside of that, but she's really cool and makes very cool music, and I think everyone here should check her out. Uh, Released like a really cool hardcore song that I thought was very awesome. But the idea that I had was like I wanted the first flourish to feel big and like this is a teaser for sort of the drop section in the future. But I wanted the other one to be like an anti-flourish. Like I wanted it to sort of cut out and move down into sort of ambiance.
All of it could only
Like-
happen once.
Like it dips down a little bit, and that dipping down that you're hearing is because I'm actually using. This is what I'm using for ambience. I got two playground. Like I have a fucking YouTube video downloaded that's just like 30 minutes of playground noises because I wanted like kids like running around laughing and stuff. And I panned them differently, and I like it took different parts of them and panned them in different ears. You know, I don't know why you can barely hear it. Something might be muted or something, but they come through a little bit more in the mix. And then this is like an underscores thing that I think I fucked with pretty significantly because originally this is like one note, but I kind of like EQ'd it to feel like it was just like wind blowing that just so happens to be mapped to the sort of key that we're working in. Yeah, I wanted this to be a lot more minimal because I wanted it to feel like that sort of flourish stuff wasn't actually growing toward anything. The whole vibe of this song is very like inevitable. You know, I wanted it to feel like it was everything that is happening in this song is sort of bound to. I wanted it to be surprising in the way that it was unsurprising. Like things happened and they were new things, and maybe they were things that you weren't expecting, but they weren't things that didn't fit. Because that was kind of what I was writing about, was this is a new thing, and it's a new thing that I was expecting, but it's a thing that hurts. You know, yeah, this is pretty much everything. Let me look. I go over everything. Oh, a little bit of trombone from Lane. Lane plays trombone. Any trombone fans in chat? Any tromboners? My bad for saying tromboners. That was reductive. All right. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? Anyone have any questions about the part of this that isn't like the drop part? I don't know. I know this is more like a philosophical talk about the nature of this song, but this song was a very heady song for me to make. You know, my feeling when I was making this song was always like, it was much more about this song more than anything else was overwhelmingly, maybe it was overwhelmingly so much about the kind of emotion that I was trying to bestow in a way that a lot of the other songs kind of were backpedaled into. This song started from vibe and grew into a song. Um, we're going to go over the drop part now. The drop part is really interesting because you'd think it's very complex, but it's really just a lot of different things put together. This is a drop part that takes a long time to make, but I promise you can do stuff like this. It's not really that hard. And I'm going to walk you through it because I want everyone to be able to do stuff like this because honestly, it's like one of my favorite sounds, like kinds of sounds that I've come up with, and I want to use it more in the future. And part of me being so excited about it means I'm very excited to show other people how it works. So I don't know. Hopefully this isn't something that you heard and you were like, I have no idea how she did this. But if that was you, like, here's how I did it.
Nothing lasts forever.
You can split each of these sections into sort of quarter note chunks. We have this one, or we have like sort of half notes. That's one half note. That's one half note. And when you break it down into this, sometimes I use whole notes, like here. That's like 3 beats and then 1 here. When you break it down, a lot of what I'm doing here is like basically treating these as very micro sort of sections. You know, I wanted a different feeling on each of these half notes, but I wanted them to sort of fill some sort of contour. So I wanted, like, for example, these strings. I knew that I wanted the strings to come in and sort of stay longer than just like the one, because I didn't want anything to like rise and then like impact on the one, because I wanted it all to feel like very inevitable. Right? The inevitability is sort of the name of the game in this specific song. Even the bass has a little riser into it, which is just a reversed 808 here. And then the bass sort of dips out because even the cut in this, like, even though it's like a contrasty moment, I want it to be very telegraphed what I'm doing. So the bass sort of dips low. We have this like beep here. I keep a lot of the boop, boop, beep, beeps when I can fit it, because I want to pull a lot of elements from the outside feeling of this. I also have this 808. I think this is like a cool 808. This is OTT saturated vinyl distortion. I boosted the lows because a lot of this stuff just boosted the highs way too much. But what I'm doing is I'm automating like the redux here. You can see that's like what's giving it that sort of kind of feeling. And so a lot of all I'm really doing here is just like we lead into something, it does its thing, and then something plays it out. A lot of times those sort of exits from a certain half note are very small bleeps and bloops and glitches, because that's kind of my bread and butter. A lot of times I have these little breathing sounds. You know, because I think breathing sounds are just like a good, like, this is a song, you know, Surround is another song that is based on just like these sort of, I don't know, it's very like vocally based, it's very driven by emotion. But the difference is that Surround feels like a panic attack. Surround feels like breathing in and out, and it's getting worse, and you don't know what to do to stop it, and you get really close to the edge of this thing, and you're just like teetering right before the part where you realize that the whole world is breaking down around you, and there's nothing that you can do except for sit and wait it out, you know, as sort of the sky falls, and some unseen, unstoppable force, you know, lets you know that despite everything, it's kind of all your fault. You know, that's a lot of like the panic attack thing that I get, and I get very like hyperventilating, and I curl up into a little ball on my couch, and I become a little miserable little puddle, you know. This song's not that. This song is breathing in and out, but in a calm and a safe way. This song is crying, but not in a scream crying way. It's crying in like a softly, things are not all right, but they kind of have to be not all right kind of way, if that makes sense. And so a lot of the breathing here is just specifically meant to echo, like, it's built on half notes because half notes are a good amount of time to be able to like take your deep breaths along this song, like sync your little breathing up. So these little cuts are always like kind of risery things. And then we kind of impact into a lot of sections and sort of rise out of them. You know, it's very like, it's methodical, you know, it's very, every single second of this, I wanted it to be something that both felt unexpected and entirely what it had to be, I guess, which is like a weird line to walk. I'm still a big fan of like rising up to like a little snap or something. I think this is the same snap that I use everywhere. Shout out JK Sweet Snap. Is it this? It would be in here. Drop perks. Yep, JK Sweet Snap. And you know, like, I don't know, a lot of my feelings on this are just like, you know, you can do this stuff. It's just about timing, and it's about vibe, it's about emotion, it's about being very cognizant of what is going to surprise people and what is going to throw people off, and trying to find a little space in the area between that, you know. I used a lot of the guitar. I use a lot of the sort of this synth noise, because a big benefit of having something with this sort of long reverb is that understanding when you cut it and when you bring it back in can provide an amount of tension and release to like the parts that become very quiet, you know. I don't know what happened there. That's kind of a wild little noise. But yeah, I don't know. This is the drop. I could go through every specific sound if I wanted, but really the 808 is kind of the important thing here. And otherwise, it's really just like get your glitch sounds, get your little impacts. I'm sure there are some Celeste sounds in here. I use Celeste sounds all the time. Yep. That's from those little Kevin blocks, I believe. Here I'm doing this thing that Lane taught me where I make a sound explicitly with a lot of like really low frequency wobble, and then I mix it kind of loud so that it sort of pushes against the edges of the track and sort of flips it in an interesting way. But yeah, if anyone has any specific questions on the specific sounds, I can go over that. But otherwise, this is basically the song. The last thing is the sort of
Surface, shave the sinew, grieve the purpose and rise.
it's so much louder in this mix. But this was literally just sent to me by Lane through magic. Silliest sound in the drop? Yeah, I can hunt for something. I'm sure there's got to be something weird in here. Wait, did I actually use this? Oh my god. Yeah, this might be the silliest. This is a little bit unrecognizable from the current standpoint because it's put in beats mode. If I unwarp it, wait. This is a cut of the think break, but it is specifically the chop of the think break that is used in the song "When Your Pizza Rolls" by Saoirse Dream. It is in fact the pizza break. I have drop weird noises. Oh yeah, there's some. That's like when you activate one of those like blocks with the arrows on them in Celeste. Um, this is a schnoz glitch. Also, it's pronounced Searsy. My bad. What else? What else? What else? What else? There's one of my favorite sounds that's in. This sound, this sound, this sound, this sound, this sound. Where is it? 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 Where are you, my beloved, my sweet, my darling? In here? There's no way. Oh. This is a Virtual Riot sample. This is a dubstep growl. And I think it's so funny because like in context, it sounds so like I don't think it threw anyone off when I played it. This is explicitly just a dubstep growl. I don't even do any processing on it. It's literally that's just what it is. But in context, I use it almost like a riser. That's maybe the silliest sound. That's the one I'm probably most proud of. I do this thing a lot too. This is a really interesting noise. I think having something come in as an impact with really heavy auto pan and then it sort of slows down and the amount kind of goes down, like kind of rocks. These are some of the shoegaze guitars that Patty recorded. Yeah. Oh, you know what? This granulator is fucked up. That's probably why some of this sounds a little bit weird. This one is just called Drop Measure 7. Oh yeah, because I didn't know what to do for the 7th measure of the drop, so I just added a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so that's basically this song. Lyrically, this song was pretty fun to write because it was nice to write about something that I was like, I don't know. I went through a lot of processing of it, but it was just like I like writing in that sort of extended metaphor thing, and I think it came across in a way that was like hopefully not too pretentious. I don't know. I guess I can't really be the judge of that. But that's Surrender. Does anyone have any specific questions? We can move on to Suspend. I know Suspend's kind of a fan favorite. It depends. Suspend is the most popular song among SoundCloud listeners, and the least popular song among Spotify listeners, from what I have gathered. Like if you found me through Spotify, you likely think Suspend is a little bit jarring. And if you found me through SoundCloud, you likely think Suspend fucking kicks ass, which is cool because I think I kind of wanted, I mean, at the point in time when Suspend came out, I wanted it to be something that was like cool. I don't know. If I found you through Clip, everyone fucking found me through Clip. Yes, Willow, you found me through a Breakins concert. I hit Control-Alt-Delete, and yet I can't stop manufacturing. We move forward then. No. Clip is. I'm glad when people find me through Clip. You know who found me through Clip was fucking Fraxium Music. Actually, I had the Frax follow from before, but after Clip, Frax reached out and was like, "Yo, we should work on stuff," and that was a crazy moment for me. But there's only 29 of you in here. Maybe I can. I don't know. Clip is getting a full version, and if the full version of Clip were to contain Hyperpop Superstar and cool person and swagged up, voted with the sauce user Fraxium, I think that would be pretty awesome. I can't, specifically speak to whether that's happening or not at this juncture. because I wouldn't want to build hype, um, especially even though it is confirmed, I feel like it wouldn't be my place to say in case something were to come up or something. But uh, 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 full version of clip featuring Fraxa, that would be cool, huh? In a hypothetical sense. Really, that's a really funny way to come about the fucking Amisato Icarus edit. Um, we move forward to spend. We're 4 hours in. Think we can finish before 5 hours? I don't think so. I think Stasis and Suspend are the most complex songs. I think we can finish probably in the next hour. Y'all gotta be y'all. I feel like I would move faster if you guys asked me more questions because I'm kind of flying blind right now. You know, I f- I understand that I'm in the background like a little podcast. I understand the amount that you can gain from a VOD. Honestly, people are gonna come watch this VOD. I know where it's uploaded. I am such a Flash Memories fan. I will be sticking around in the VOD comments, and if people have specific questions, I can always answer them and whatnot. Um, I think it's really cool that people want to see the way that like I do this stuff. I mean, there's still 27 people here. That's crazy. That's like a full classroom of human beings who want to know how I made this silly song. What would be my ideas for merch? I don't know. I'm still considering isomorph physicals. I haven't really had the time to dig into it. Uh, I think merch would be. I want to do physicals of isomorph. Ideally, I would want to do like a really small print run of vinyls. I would probably have to sell them at a loss. But I think it would be cool to have them out there, just like in the world. Um, and the little centerpiece could just be a little flower. It could just have a little flower, like the little sunflower. I think so cool. Um, you know, I outside of that, I mean, it's really hard to get vinyls right now. Outside of that, I would say cassettes are cool and CDs are cool, but I haven't had a cassette player since I was 5 years old, and I haven't had a CD player since it was built into my cassette player. So, um, it's difficult because those things are less applicable to me than vinyl because I don't have a great vinyl collection, but I had a little one. Um, uh, yeah, I in terms of like actual physical merch, I feel like I could do some merch for Isomorph, but I am kind of like I think I will focus more on merchandising like my next I think the next project that I do, I'm going to work with an artist pretty closely throughout the entire process, so merch will fall out of it much more readily. Maybe there will be something where this little sunflower is available on a hoodie or something. I think that'd be awesome. Or little drawings of flowers or something. I think that'd be so cool. Um, Hi, Lily. Um, but it's all very up in the air. Suspend breakdown time. We have moved forward and we are moving on to Suspend. Suspend is an interesting song because the story of Suspend was originally I got a fucking uh answer the pinned question. What's your favorite thing to get in McDonald's? If it's morning time, I get an egg McMuffin with an extra egg, and also like a burrito, like a breakfast burrito. I think their breakfast burritos are fucking so swag. Um, and I didn't get McDonald's this morning, but yesterday morning I went to McDonald's and I got a little sweet tea. Um, two egg, yeah, two. I'm a protein girly. I don't know. Um, what's my least favorite thing to get? I can't believe I can't believe they sell fucking spicy chicken between two of the driest biscuits of all time. I feel like you are asking to give someone to just like asphyxiate your customer base. Like there's no way. It's just like a chicken and 2 biscuits, like McDonald's biscuits. Horrifying. Okay. If it's daytime, I'm a McNuggets girly all the way. You could tell me that there's horse meat in the McNuggets. I don't know if it would stop me. Quote me on that. Put that on Twitter. Put that on the blogosphere. What sauce? Okay, here's the ranking. Buffalo first, then sweet and sour, then ranch, then there's probably one I'm forgetting. Then honey mustard, then barbecue, and I would never get ketchup. No, honey mustard is the bisexual of condiments. I'll say it. Honey mustard is the he/they of condiment. It's like, okay, you've stepped your foot out a little. You've realized that there's a world past ketchup and barbecue sauce. But look at all that can come to you if you were to open your heart and accept being a little bit gayer and getting a little bit of buffalo. The terrible take. Honey mustard is the bisexual of condiments is going to be saved forever on the Flash Memories YouTube channel, and I have to be aware of that. I should tweet that too. Anyway, this is Suspend. This is a song I made from a guitar loop, and then the guitar loop switched. Suspend. We start with this.
Cover my face in
Okay, main synth. This sounds like a sine wave to you because it is. It's a little bit FM'd, and it's put through this very interesting called static variations, which I think is cool. It just adds that sort of clippy texture to it. And what I do is, first, I just do the raw sound. But then I also froze this sound, and I have it here. But this is different because, in fact, what I did with this sound was I pitched these notes up an octave because they hit against that distortion way better when it's an octave up. So I froze it when it was like hitting really hard against that distortion. And then once I had that frozen version, I put that right here. So after it repeats twice here, it goes into a version of the plucks that are like there's a lot more warmth to them. Cool. This is like a piano-y thing, but it's really just a sine wave with reverb on it. It's just a sine wave with reverb on it. It's just a sine wave with reverb on it. These sounds. This is gonna be so sauce. This is gonna have so much sauce. Okay. Let me find like a. Yeah. God, that sounds so much like Saoirse Dream. I wonder if I took those chops from the song Just Like You by Saoirse Dream, which was a real full circle moment for me because one of the first things that I ever posted on my SoundCloud account was a remix of Just Like You by Saoirse Dream. And I took the acapella that I had still from that, and I chopped it up, and I made these little cuts. What is this patch that says "Don't look in this"? Boy, oh boy, should we look? Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh no! It's like 50 EQ3s. Very, very underrated sauce, okay? Is that if you just take a bunch of default EQ3s and you put them one after the other for like 50 times, it's just like disperser. It's like exactly like disperser. And I don't have disperser. So this is like literally, okay, this is without it. This is it with it. Like it's all laser noises now. Cool. That's the intro stuff. Then we bring in, okay, structurally this song is based on a couple different songs. This song is very heavily based structurally on the song Portal by Saoirse Dream. A lot of why I wanted to make this project so collaborative was because I wanted to make Ethical from the Heart. I wanted Ethical from the Heart because I was so mad that I couldn't listen to Dear Sweet from the Heart. So I wanted to make From the Heart, but I paid everyone fairly, and I made sure to be a good person, or at least the best I could be. You know, it's not that hard to be better than Valentine. And then I also wanted Ethical Portal by Saoirse Dream. I wanted a song. Something about Portal that I really like is that the actual intro to it is so short, and then it just immediately goes into the drop. And I thought that was fucking awesome. And so when I had this song and I was building it out and I knew it was going to be a cat song, I was like, okay, I want Ethical Portal. I want Ethical Portal. This song is both Ethical Portal, it's Medicago 2, in my mind. This song is like the logical extension of like, Medicago was like the last real song that I released on my account before I sort of like started working on Isomorph. This is like the logical continuation of like, if I kept trying to make songs like Medicago, I would end up with Suspend. Also, this song is based really heavily on Disconnected by the Pegboard Nerds. By Pegboard Nerds. We'll talk about this because it's so fucking apparent, and I think it's so funny, and I'm so excited to talk about Disconnected by Pegboard Nerds. Okay, so another thing that I do here, when I built these chops, something that you might get if you're very mashup brained like I am is, would you die for me? I would die for you. It very much reminded me of the song 7-Eleven Drone by Dylan Brady. So I took 7-Eleven Drone by Dylan Brady, and it's just in here. It's very thermaled out. It's very thermaled out, and it's EQ'd up, and it's echoed out, but you know. Oh yeah, it's like reverse too. Cool. So there's that. Okay. Little break. Oh my god, I didn't chop this break. I'm so sorry. A break without chops is like an angel without their wings. And then I have these little glitch noises. These are just snares. This is a cool little noise. I forgot what this is from. I think this is a specific vocal shout sample that I think is funny. I don't know what that is, but it's... I have these glitches for like the verse. Oh, this is for the chorus. Sorry, that was like weirdly loud. This song is so loud. This song, before mixing, it was so loud. Okay, so for drums, when we bring in the drums here, this is what the drums sound like. This specific set of items, Pride snare. Okay, you think that I'm doing the Pride snare because I'm making a reference to like 2014 EDM? You think I'm making a Martin Garrix Animals reference? You are an idiot and a fool. I am making an underscores reference. I put the Pride snare in as an explicit homage to Boneyard, because Boneyard uses the Pride snare a lot to pay homage to old EDM tropes. I'm such a fucking nerd. Okay, we move through these. Okay, this is a cool little sound. Okay, what is that sound? Why is it so cool? Why is it addictive? Why is it so stuck in your eardrums? It's because it's a schnoz sample. It's because it's from the schnoz pack, maybe the best pack ever. Schnoz granular dump 2. This is gonna be loud. So just prepare, but so I just fucking chopped that up. I got that sauce because I was watching Swayze work on something where Swayze chopped up a bunch of schnoz samples, and I was like, this fucking goes so hard. Like the granular shit, you could just pour through those, and I just found snippets that I liked that felt very like rhythmically interesting to me. And I have those sort of against and that's sort of everything for everything up to the drop.
My face in melted plastic, it never portrayed the way I felt. You can pretend that we'll move past it, but I think I need some time to myself. Now, I never wanted to learn how to
Mixing really helped this song out a lot. So there's not. It's all contrast. It's all contrast. It sounds complicated, but it's just all contrast. I promise. The reason why Kat wanted on this was because Kat, I don't think this is in the existing iteration of the Saoirse Dream sample pack, because I think literally this song forced Kat to take it out because we were just using it for it. That's such a cool little sample. And I chopped it up really bad. Here are the chops for the guitar. Cool. Then there's some other stuff that was going on here where I was trying to basically sample my own guitar to sort of lay against it, because I was doing a lot of like, I needed very specific notes for the melody that I had in my head, you know? But it was fine. I didn't really get it to work that well. We're missing a bunch of serums here. So I can't really show you stuff specifically, but there is that sort of same like ARP thing that I was doing, where these are doing different things in different ears, and then this super saw is like almost certainly just a super saw. And then this is clipped against bass, and I can. Do I not have this? Oh, this was originally serum, but I switched it over to wavetable, luckily, so we saved it. Very basic sort of bass. Oh, why is the bass so basic? I thought the bass was super fucking growly. That's because it is, and I gotta find the tracks where I do that. Where the fuck are they? I don't know. I think this song is cool because it's just like a bunch of. Oh, Wubs. I have a group called Wubs. Yep. It sounds a little bit off time because these wubs are super side chained as well. A lot of what I do, and I'm showing you very individual instruments so that you can sort of get a vibe. But really in the whole thing, I'm doing a lot of, every time a kick comes in on a heavy part like this, I cut the whole song out so the kick can play. And then I bring it back in, which is why these sound a little bit late. That's because they're actually just side chained really hard. I'm sure I have some gate side chaining them or something. Or yeah, I do it specifically here. And you can see how fucking brutal these side chains are. I change them depending on the specific hit, because sometimes I want them to come in a little bit, and sometimes like for this one, you really only get a taste of it. Like really just it just touches the tip of your tongue a little bit. Cool. So that's like, it's like wubs, bass, guitar, if we put those things together, like wub, bass, guitar, and then like the little synth stabs and the little granular chop, as well as the guitar stuff. We're getting a lot of the way there. There's a couple other things that are going on. I've got these little plucks. And you can hear those in the song. You know, the mix on this is so bad. I'm so sorry. You know, kicks and snares. There's a couple kicks and snares. I use a couple different snares here because, again, a lot of this song is just about like feeling out where I can stick empty space. You know, I'm still such a slut for contrast. If I take out the vocals here. Like those little spots near the end there where I'm just like able to do a little bit of like glitchy noises instead of like actual instrumental. That's what I fucking live for, you know? Yeah, so that's like most of this. The only other thing is that these glitch noises are just like, these are just very specifically placed. There's nothing that special about them. They're just like specific snare sounds, stuff that I sampled from. One of the songs that I sampled is this song Lost and Found by SVNTH, which is the Daria core alt of Sixth Sense. Which is a fucking crazy account. It makes absolute fucking bangers. And I sampled a bunch of things from this specific old song by them. This one. Beep, 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 beep. But insane. Yeah, so that's most of the actual drop section of this. We can move into the cat part. We're basically back to what the intro was, except for the drums get a little bit different because they're a little more intentional. I really love these drums. So these drums are mostly composed of these glitch sounds, which are actually not biopack. Another place that I get a lot of good glitch sounds is the SV1 splice moment. Shout out SV1. Big thing with the SV1 splice moment for me is that I love the bio sounds and I love the SV1 sounds, but a lot of times the SV1 sounds are just like better named. Like the perks are like a lot tighter or generally require less cropping and stuff. If I'm like super lazy and I just need a glitch noise, it's easier for me to type like MOSV1 than to hunt down the specific bio folder. And that's like literally the only reason why I would choose one over the other. They're both very good. Or like in a specific circumstance. I think I am still, I don't know SV1. They seem very kind, but I'm a bio friend and a bio supporter. And I know bio personally. But you should honestly support the people who do this sort of sound design, because my music would not exist without it, you know. That being said, just really kick snare kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know if there's. This is another example of bass that I think sounds really good because I do this thing where I roll the bass down at the end of notes. You can see I have the sort of MIDI polyphonic expression stuff, and you can see like the sort of notes kind of roll off. You can also hear the erosion very well in this bass. Cool. Yeah. I that's sort of most of this. A lot of these are really just a bunch of samples. Hi, Micah. Welcome back. Yeah, a lot of these are just like very specific samples. Like I just like want something to happen every eighth note or something. This is suspend. Um, let me talk you through some of the other tracks, because this is my biggest heist. Oh, it's muted. When does it kind of comes in? My biggest heist is I just sort of put this song in here. It's just in here. It's just like no one expected this from me. This song is, it's not that this song is inspired by Pegboard Nerds Disconnected. It's that this song is Pegboard Nerds Disconnected. Yeah, and then I think that's sort of everything for the build stuff. I mean, oh, I have this other thing. This is another part that comes in sort of halfway through the drop, is this specific. This is a Tennyson melody loop. But I turned it into MIDI, and then I also doubled it. Yeah, so that's like something that I bring in. I think this adds a lot to the. Oh, did you hear that riser? Did you hear that riser? Oh, which riser could it possibly be? Riser vocal. I love this riser. I'll probably like put this on my server or something. I use it so much. I'll probably pin this in the general chat or something, or in the music production chat of my Discord server or something, so people can come in and just like take it. Because I love that riser so much. Yes. We continue forward. We continue forward. We. Another motif that is in about half of the songs on this EP is this specific pattern of like fill. Where is it? Where is it? I gotta find. There's so much fucking shit going on in this drum fill. Yeah. I use this like thing a bunch because I think it's quite awesome, honestly, and it's very swag. Anyway, I liked adding like some analog drums into this very digital song. It felt very like anachronistic in a way that I thought was very cool. Yeah, that's kind of everything up to the. I mean, do you guys want to see how I made this part? I don't know. I can withhold it. I can withhold the sauce. I can keep it to myself. Everyone's here to understand how the fuck this came about. Yes. I think I was with Jasmine. I think I was with Jasmine when I made this. Here's the thing. I was so close to contacting Zave to make this drop. I was so close to going and being like, hey, Zave, I'm like such a big fan, and I know you don't know who I am, but I think it would be so cool if you made this drop because I'm literally such a big fan. And then I told myself, because I I wanted most of this EP to be like solo prod, and it felt a little bit like failing, even though I love like Zave so much, and honestly it would be a dream to work with them. Like literally like I was like, it feels a little bit like failing to get into a situation where um I'm not producing like the sort of insane wacko crazy part of this, but I'm not sure if I'm able to. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it one try. And if I succeed, then that gets put in the song. And if I fail, I go and I ask Zave if they want to work with me on something, which is very anxiety inducing for me because I don't often like reach out to people because I get very anxious. Um, so so uh yeah. So sorry, this stream is so fucking long. Um so I tried doing it, and here's how fucking pegboard nerds disconnected remains goated but gets mixed plus 6 decibels. Okay? Here's is this like the okay. These are chops. These are chops of, I think, yeah, these are chops of an older version of this, pitched up in octave, and then I put them through OTT, fucking fresh air for some reason, vinyl distortion, EQ out the lows because I use a separate sub bass, saturate them again, and then use a utility to sidechain them against a kick. This utility was originally on like the entire group. I moved it once I needed to export stems. We actually ended up not mixing this part. Because Musa mixed this, but I actually liked my original mix of this a lot because I thought like I don't know. I thought softening the edges of it was kind of gonna take away from the very like the grittiness of it. Like having a good mix was kind of against the vibe. Where is bass? Where is bass? Where is bass? Where is bass? Drop sub. This is just a sine wave with no, this is just a sine wave. That's actually just a sine wave. On top of the drop chops, I have this awful fucking bass. You could see it's called bass or drop bass, kinda. I'm really sorry. And it's this bass patch, which is already super high-endy, but on top of it, I have this wavetable. This is awful. This is so grating to the ear. I love it. And basically what I'm doing is I'm mixing these together, and then I'm using a bunch of processing on them both at the same time in order to sort of like mesh them together in a really gross way. So they're getting like clipped and compressed together. So what that means effectively is that the sort of square wave awful sound is kind of overwhelmed by the bass, but the bass gets a lot of the harmonics of the sort of really awful upper note. I also have like a separate track that's doing like it's like doing stuff with a gate, so unless I also let the drop chops in, but this is also doing the main melody just on a separate layer, so that it has a little bit like doing this thing, just like to give it a little bit more flavor. So all of these together sound like this. Okay. Let's bring in pegboard nerds. Okay. We could do that. It's funny how much you can hear them in my brain. Bring in the sub. God, it's so funny how awful this is. It's so funny that I'm giving tips on how to do this because it's so like silly. I don't know. The silliness levels are off the charts. This is such a schnoz. This is yeah, I brought in some wubs, sampled some wubs, brought in a little hi-hat loop. I also, something I do a lot when I do this stuff is I'll bring in a break, but I'll sort of be very specific and intentional about where I put the break. Like I don't want it to overwhelm or I don't want it to like overwhelm the quiet parts, so I'll cut it really hard. A lot of times I'll gate a break to only like the loud hits. I don't know if I did that here though. I can check. Oh, no, I just sidechained it. But again, basically a break, like when you're using it like this, is essentially like a rhythmic form of noise, you know, and I think that's really cool. Cool. I'm going to not touch the glitch noises yet. I'm just gonna see if there's like there's also the chops for those are the just like you chops. I sort of brought them back in. And then I have a separate track for some of them that I just allow myself to do like more processing or sort of. Oh wait, no, this is I don't know why this is not ringing out. Oh, this is because the Vox track is mute.
Leave me suspended. Oh, leave me suspended.
Yeah. Oh, right.
And you can kindle the feeling inside.
I really like this. In context, I think this fucking rocks.
And you can kindle the feeling inside.
Okay, so that's most of it. I can go through little glitch sounds, because there was a very specific sound. So a lot of times, this is a very aria core thing to do, is basically really loud part followed by a bunch of glitch noises, followed by really loud part followed by a bunch of glitch noises, and this is no exception. So this was really like, if you look at the glitch noises here, they're really doing all the heavy lifting. You know? Cool. Outside of that, there's like one other track that I want to show off here, that I think is interesting to show off. It's like, wait. Yep, that one. Where are you? Not in here, right? Is it? I made this myself. I never make my own bass sounds, but I made this one myself because I wanted something that sounded very the 2013 Monster Cat. So the specific place where this actually gets used is super in the background. No, this is not it. It's super in the background of maybe it might still be in. I gotta find it.
You were the one, you broke the glass. dust beneath my feet.
Is it this one? Nope. Way too. Orchestra modern talking. This is in the sort of orchestral outro. What I'm doing here, this is like, I'm trying to modern talking myself. I'm using a basic shapes patch, but I'm automating the warp and the fold really weirdly. The fold mostly, because the warp adds some weird harmonics if you don't use like 0 or 100. So delay. The way you get that sound is through a redux. Otherwise, like the sort of EQ sweeps that you can feel, like the sort of frequency sweeps through a redux are what gives you the sort of yoi sounds. That's the sauce for that, if people didn't know. Yeah, and then I used that in the outro because I think it's swag. Anyway, wait. Yeah, I think that's everything I need to show you guys from the drop. Does anyone have any other specific questions about the drop part? Because I know that's like a weird thing to make, and I know there are people who desire to make that stuff, and I want to provide the tools with which to do that if people so desire, you know. Don't try. Yeah. Is it right here? Yep.
Don't drop that. Hey.
Least favorite moment. Yeah, the drop that is from Don't Drop That Dun Dun Dun. Yeah, there's some other little gems in here. I think this is a favorite of mine. I'll see if there are any other specifically weird sounds. I did want to. Oh, what? Did I do this? No way. No. At some point in time, this had Smosh Shut Up sound. But it got replaced because I don't think it fit. But that would have been awesome. I would have felt just like would have felt just like Tor. Or I did that. There's Pride Snares. Yeah, I sample Lost and Found a little bit in this. Isn't that like a drill noise? But these are like sampled straight out of the Sixth Sense Aria Core stuff. I do a lot of Yaz and Woos because I'm a big fan of them. But yeah. Hopefully this doesn't damage your perception of me. The bunch of silly sounds that I was able to fit in there. Cool. So, I want to take you out of this drop. This glitch noise is, you can hang out here if you want, but it's extremely slowed down. If you listen to the specific hangout sample, like you can hear it, which I think is awesome. And then I bring in this sort of orchestral part. This is what I'm talking about when I say I sort of break, when I sort of break formation and do some pretty dense harmonies here. This is pre-mixed. Actually, I had these little this kind of got buried in the final mix, but I'm fine with that.
You were the one, you broke the glass beneath my feet. You were the one, you were the one. I caught a glimpse, it wasn't me. You were the one, you were the one. You put the wax wings onto me. You were the one, you were the one. You did it all to make me bleed.
So, couple things here. First off, if I play this without vocals, you can understand the heist of the century that took place, okay? No one expects pegboard nerds disconnected. Oh, wait, no, this is I restored it from a backup. Okay, 1 second. I restored this from a backup, and I think this was like maybe the final last piece of the okay, let me grab the actual instrumental track that I up. The instrumental track from this got a little bit corrupted, but it's fine. Forward, we move past the let me prepared for that. Dropbox, isomorph stems, semi, bend, instrumental. It's important to me that you guys all hear this and are aware of this, because this is the funniest thing that I've ever done in any song I've ever actually released, and I want you to hear it. This is the real actual instrumental for this song. I'm just gonna play it like starting at the end of the drop. And I want you to see, it's very subtle, but I want you to see if you can spot the pegboard nerds hiding in the orchestral mix. It's very, very subtle. It's so, yeah, once it gets in your head, it's stuck there. There's a violin part that is only playing the melody to Disconnected by Pegboard Nerds. I think it's so funny. Wait. Dun 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 da 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 dun dun. You know? I think there is a specific mix note that I gave to Musa when we were mixing this song, where I said, Musa, I need pegboard nerds to be very clearly audible in this. I think it's very funny, and I think I want to be a bit of a silly goose sometimes. Okay, so the orchestral part's like very standard orchestra stuff. You just sort of fill in the parts. Like it's very like I'm not really doing much inspired orchestra. It's just I want the feeling of an orchestra to be there. That's I think a big I think that's a big like common point in a lot of what I do is like I tend to hop around genre spaces so much and so frequently, and kind of as a rule that I don't tend to dwell on making like 100% the best stuff. Like this orchestra part I think is cool because it is an orchestra part and not specifically because it's a crazy orchestra part. You know, it's like the bit in Kodak moment where it gets like all soft. It's like I think that's very lovely, but I think a big part of the reason that it's so lovely is its context, you know. And so I had a very similar thing here where I was like, I wanted to make something that was very pretty, but I think I wanted the prettiness to exist mostly in the contrast between this and the very intense part that just came before it. We can talk about these outro vocals because I think they're the most interesting.
You were the one, you were the one, you broke the glass beneath my feet. You were the one, you were the one, I caught a glimpse, it wasn't me. You.
All right, this is pretty standard. Main vocal, I have 2 doubles. I have one on either side doing the falsetto, so 2 higher pitched octaves. That's because I wanted the whole thing to feel like kind of high pitched. I also have 1 harmony track, it seems.
You were the one, you were the one, you broke the glass beneath my feet.
You were the one, you were the one,
But I wanted it to be subtle because I wanted the choir to really come in, you know?
it wasn't me. You were the one, you were the one.
You put the wax wings onto me.
Yeah, this is like, I'm so proud of these on their own.
You were the one, you were the one, you put the wax wings onto me. You were the one, you were the one, you did it all.
So the way that I did these, it's not that difficult, right? I have all of these MIDI tracks that are sort of guiding the specific notes that they're playing. I sang all of these myself, right? But there's like 6 of these. All I did was I laid out the chords that I wanted the sort of choir thing to be singing, and then I just sang it like chords, you know. There's an element of sort of voice leading. Which auto tune do I use? I use Waves Tune Real Time. Yeah, but I wanted hi Owen. Oh my god, Owen, I was just talking about you. I used an Owen sample in an earlier song. I think it was Sequester, right? Yeah, it was like from Sleepy Tapes. There was like a synth hat thing that you made that I used. Anyway, yeah. So basically, just like laid out the specific chords that I wanted, and then just had one take for each note. There's an element of voice leading that you have to do, where it's like you don't want any of the specific voices to have to jump too far out of place, you know. But besides that, it's pretty bog standard. So did that, and I think that sounds super good against the, you know.
Wasn't me, you were the one, you were the one, you put the wax wings onto me. You were the one, you were the one, you did it all to make me bleed.
I really liked ending this like super abruptly like that. I don't know. That was cute. That's pretty much everything in this song that I think is worthwhile and noteworthy. I mean, there's a couple cool stuff or cool things. What? Being weird. This? Oh my god, this is Serum. This was a really cool sparkly synth too. Oh, you're never gonna get to see it. That sucks. Are these the Yes.
You were the one, you were the one, you broke the glass beneath my feet. You were the
Yeah, just a bit of a redux violin. I have this piano. I'm biting Kodak moments so hard with this piano. I know it is really cute. It's a great song to bite. If someone told me that I sound like Pain Remover, I'd cry happy tears. That's like the goal. That's what you want to sound like. Yeah, I got these little horns that are doing a little melody. And they kind of sound pretty good, I think, next to the modern talking bass. I don't know. Something about that meshes very nicely in my. Yeah, and then I have this thing still, but I kind of faded out a little bit over the course of the song. Pegboard Nerds Disconnected stays, of course. I stand on the shoulders of giants, and the giants are pegboard nerds. I hope they're cool with. I hope they don't see this. They don't watch this. Yeah, I have these little transition noises that are cashmere samples, which is funny. I think it's really funny that I have cashmere samples because that was definitely a splice pack that I got when I was cisgender. Those little glitch fills. Oh, what's this riser? We love riser vocal. That's kind of everything in the song. I don't know. I can show you like my vocal layering for the chorus, but it's not really that interesting. It's like not that different from what I normally do.
I never wanted to learn how to fly. You should have known that it would.
It's mixed so terribly in this. But I also have, I think, like a yell in there.
I never wanted to learn how to fly. You should have known that it would leave me suspended from.
I think it's so funny when I scream because I can't even like parse it as my own voice. I know it doesn't sound that different from my actual voice, but it's like my brain can't parse it. It's so funny. I don't know. It's very silly. But that's something that only comes in the second chorus. This is literally just like.
I never wanted to learn how to fly. You should have known that it would leave me suspended.
This is one of those rare times where I do use two harmonies, though, which I think is cool.
I never wanted to learn how to fly. You should have known that it would leave me suspended from the rafters. Baby, that's just what you're after.
The cool thing about using two harmonies is apparently I just gave up in the middle of this one, and I already had enough harmony in just one, so I didn't fix it, apparently. Something fun to do in your songs is to just not finish the things that you set out to and just half-ass it sometimes, you know? No need to give 100% all the time. You could leave a little bit of your harmonies open and just like there. Very fun. Yeah, that's this song. If anyone has any specific questions, I can answer them. Otherwise, it is on to Stasis, which is our final track, and everyone's allowed to leave. There will be a quiz, like a take. Are we cool with taking maybe just a little break? Oh, webcam. I wish I was wearing a choke. I got new eyeliner today, like literally, like it was one of the things that I did when I was walking home from getting my, or actually like I got it in the pharmacy when no, honestly, I'm so sorry. Stop it. I knew it was going to take longer. I didn't know it was going to take this much longer. I talk a lot, and I know it's going to mean that this stream has very, but I think it'll be cool nonetheless. A high person who has sat through 5 hours of me talking. I hope you're prepared and excited for about 30 to 45 minutes of me talking even more. I told Flash it was going to. Yeah, I mean, I just probably should be fat. I probably should have watched those streams first. I probably should have known what I was going to say. Like, I did no studying for that. That's what's. Let me whip open State. I want people to be able to just wait. Sorry, I want people to be able to go and sit through and enjoy the things that I make, and honestly, like one of the big things, um, one of the big things for me is I want people to be able to know the specific way that I made a lot of ah the specific way that I made a lot of this stuff. And you know, it's um it's interesting. I think a lot of this stuff is pretty interesting. Stasis is going to be a pretty bog standard song in terms of like I think it's very cool, but I think a lot of the things that we did are things that I've covered a lot in this other stuff. I'm feeling like a second wind. I'm so ready to dig into this. Stasis is 126 layers of audio, which is pretty low for a song of this length, and I want to talk about it. Okay, this guitar sample is from a Wishlane guitar loop. I cut the harmonics out of this, and I just sort of put them into a little melody. That's basically what the whole song is built off of. I also have sort of a padded out version of this that kind of comes in a little bit later. It's a very atmospheric thing. Then I also have this. That kind of follows the whole song. This is what the bass sounds like. Normal field bass. It kind of follows the. I also have a synth thing doubling the guitar. And then I also have these things that I think are really cool. Yeah. And so all of these together sort of make up the main sort of. And then alongside the palm muting and the bass, you know, this is pretty much what the. Like, this song is not very complex. I'm using a little bit of just like slow automation on some stuff in order to just like kind of build stuff. I think I'm automating the saturator, maybe, yeah, on the synth here in order to just like give this a little bit of motion just in the melody part. We can look at is this VOD going to be public after? Yeah, Flash Memories is recording it, so it should be good. You can hang out here if you want. I do that a lot where I'll slow this. You can hang out here if you want really slow, and then it sort of sneaks into things. The drums are kind of awesome in this. Text-to-speech program for the tag. I'm using Software Automatic Mouth, which is like an old thing from the 1980s, but you can find online like recreations of it that allow you to make the sound and then download it. I use it every once in a while, but I liked it for the you can hang out here if you want tag. You can hang out here if you want is like a tag that's been a part of my profile since before I even knew I was going to make an EP. I wanted least favorite was a project that was built as a spam account. Least favorite was a project that was built specifically because I needed a space to explore my identity that was outside of like real life human people. Like I needed to interface with being queer in a way that didn't involve me having to come out to people. It's much easier to experiment with identity and with taste and what you like, I think, online than actually in person. And I needed a little testing ground. And I picked least favorite because my family's like super hard right wing, and I knew if they found out about the project, I'd be their like least favorite child. That's the whole. That's the whole bit. That's the whole thing. You can hang out here if you want is kind of a response to, yo, what is up, Afin? What's going on? You can hang out here if you want is kind of like a response to that feeling. I found a lot of community and I found a home here in a way that I didn't think was really possible to find anywhere. And I want to be inviting and I want to be warm and I want to be someone who can serve that purpose and sort of become, I don't know. I can't I get scared of building communities because I don't think that I am particularly great at maintaining them. And I don't think that I'm particularly you know, I I don't think that I'm like particularly well qualified for it, but what I can say is that I'm someone who found a lot of community in sort of being around artists that I liked and being in spaces where like people who liked the things that I liked were accessible to me and people who experienced the things that I experienced were accessible to me. And you can hang out here if you want is a little statement that's like, hey, listen, like aria least favorite from like 2 years ago. It's like I understand that it's very hard to find a little place and a little home for yourself. Um, but you could hang out here if you want. You know, it might not be the best place. It might not be the perfect place. It might not be the final place, but it is a place. And I think that's a lot of, you know, I don't know. Regardless, this is basically just a bunch of SV1 glitch noises. Again, like you can see generally when I use the SV1 glitch noises, I'm much lazier. Like I'm not putting them on separate tracks, and I'm not really automating their panning that well. And I'm very lazy with it. That's because it's very easy for me to like the bio stuff is like fun to chop and screw around with. And I mean the SV1 stuff is too, but it's just like I don't know. They're like different mindsets for me. I don't know why. This was based on let me hit you with okay, I probably can't play any more of that. Shout out Flat Zone 2. There was a point in time where I had downloaded the Flat Zone 2 thing onto my Macintosh computer, and for some reason it went onto my because I love that song, and for some reason it went onto my like iTunes, and then because it was named weird when I downloaded it, it became the first thing that my iTunes played all the time. Just so much fucking okay, but Smash Bros main, I'm a Corrin main. The pink hair cat girl Corrin. I don't think Corrin's an actual cat girl, but in my mind Corrin's a cat girl. In my mind, I'm a cat girl. I main Corrin. I'm just a big fan of the Corrin side B, but I'm not that good at Smash. Second. I'm posting a little thing on Twitter. All I need is a good song. All I need is a great song. People shit on God, I the wrong thing. People shit on Jacob Collier for no reason. I don't understand it. I don't understand why people feel so much like Jacob Collier needs so much hate. Jacob Collier is like doing cool stuff. It's like Jacob Collier exists in the same mental space for me as oh no, I know, I'm just saying in general. Jacob Collier exists in the same mental spaces for me as like Tennyson. Like it's like I think it's cool to bring jazz stuff into pop stuff, and I think it's cool to do a lot and to make music that is very maximalist in interesting ways. And for some reason, people hate on Jacob Collier, and I don't understand it. I think hate on AJR is warranted, but I think the main reason you should be hating on AJR is that AJR fucking ripped John Bellion really hard. And then made all their lyrics like weirdly about like role playing as a child for no reason. Server real. Announcements at Hot Pink. We are breaking down stasis. Come for end of the stream. Okay. Cool. Yeah. The on John Bellion I can tolerate. I'm a John Bellion fan. I don't know. I haven't followed John Bellion in a while, but John Bellion was pretty influential to me as an artist, especially because John Bellion was one of the first artists who I actively listened to who like would publicize and break down their songs. You know, I thought that was fucking awesome, and that's why I'm here right now. A lot of his music hasn't. I think a lot of the old John Bellion stuff was always just like a little bit. I don't know. I think John Bellion improved a lot. I haven't. Did John Bellion put anything out after like Glory Sound Prep? Oh my god, hi Asper. Because I thought Glory Sound Prep was pretty. That was the last album, like ever, or just like the last one that was released. Because I liked that and I liked The Human Condition. I thought the other ones were cool, but I thought they were cool in the same way that like when I was going through a 21 Pilots thing, I thought that like the fucking album that was just Tyler Joseph explaining trauma in a metaphorless way in front of a Yamaha keyboard and a drum kit was like cool when it like probably was not that cool. You know, it's like I just like I fucked with the artist and I wanted to see like their vision, you know, and how it even you just have the Ableton sound. Not my fault. What would you do if you stole my car radio? I don't own a car, so mostly I'd be confused. You'd have to probably purchase me a car. Ethan, you have the Ableton sound. Deal with it. Grapple with it. Guess I would sit in silence. All right, so we are breaking down. So these are little glitch sounds. Very flat zone 2-y. This is a little snare. It's barely a snare. And it has the thing where I sort of rise into it, you know? And then I have this little break. I high cut it, but I also boosted the sort of fundamental of the snare because I wanted this snare to be super resonant, you know? It comes in eventually. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Oh, you know what? This was because I didn't understand the peak mode. This was because I didn't understand peak mode. If I hit the peak button, it would have done what I expected. Which is like level out the sound, but I just didn't know about peak mode. Anyway. That's pretty much everything up to the sort of drop part, you know? A big understanding of sort of dynamic contrast in this song was like going from these sort of big, spacious, roomy things to like,
all again.
just silent. Wait. Oh my God. There, for some reason, I don't know what happened, but there's for some reason something wrong with this song that like every once in a while I'll go and open the project file and there'll just be random breaths in the specific chorus box because they were like OTT'd to shit.
This is calling. We were made for falling apart.
All right, we're breaking it down. We're going fast, okay? We go like this. Boom, 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 boom. You know, we also have crashes. We also have this thing. If you want good sounding analog drums, I so recommend just getting a bunch of good, like one shots aren't going to do it for you because they're not like played in context well, you know, they're played as one shots. I so recommend just taking an existing fill and just chopping out the individual hits in it. I think this sounds so much better. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah. And then, but this is basically it. And then I have, let's go through it. This is palm muted guitar, or these are just like guitar chugs that I put through fucking 2 amps for some reason. You can make music. It's just got to do it a bunch. I think that's all it is. I started doing music not because I wanted to like get good at it or release any projects, but just because it was a thing to do. It was like, oh, do I try to make a little tune tonight, or do I like I don't know, play Factorio, you know? Yeah, no, chop fills not just in a breakcore way. Chop fills in like I'm rotating this drum fill into a new type of drum fill, or like this drum groove into a new type of drum groove. This guitar is just put through stock Ableton amp chains. The Ableton amp chains are, I think, much better for guitars than just using stock amp. People shit on amp because people don't understand how to use amp in Ableton. Amp is not supposed to be the last item in your chain. It'll fuck up and blow out your guitar so heavy because the intention is that you use amp and then immediately after you use cabinet, which is supposed to simulate like recording the output of an amp with a microphone. The sort of amp chains that Ableton provides do that for you in a way that I think is like good enough for me that it is passable and realizable as guitar, you know? Cool. I also have white noise apparently. And then chorus fart bass. Let's see. Is this a fart bass? Vote now. Vote now. Will it be a fart bass? Do we think I named it in a mean way for no reason or because it was farty? We will see. Meh, it's a little farty. It's not the fartiest. My bass would be the fartiest somehow. I still don't get it done. Little sub bass. That's just actually a regular bass. I can't say sub bass. I'm around EDM people. If it's not a sine wave, they'll bully me for calling it a sub bass. This is Serum, so it's not loading right now. Yeah, I was doing a Caffeine by Breakins reference. Yeah, I also have this like reverse guitar thing. If I drop the vocals out of this, you can sort of hear the whole thing. So for these little break sections, I basically just bring in the stuff that we were talking about from before. the sort of riser impact is vibe in this song is very important. Whoa, wait, what's that riser? Is it riser vocal back again? Yeah, so it's like these are like really big risers that like, and especially like for the soft parts, these risers get very like, these risers get very, very big very quickly. Because I wanted them to feel like very like, you know, I don't know. This is another song about things being inevitable, but in like a weirder way that's like closer to finality. Like this is a thing that is inevitable / pause, you know. So I wanted it to feel kind of triumphant. Anyway, we moved to verse 2. If we listen to this in comparison to the second half of verse 1, there's a couple differences. First off, we're not scared of kicks and snares anymore. Got a couple snares layered here. This is a Box Kitty sample. What a fucking snare, am I right? We love Box Kitty. We love Box Kitty. I think that adds so much to the snare sound. You know, we have some like rides going, but really the main thing is I have added kalimba. I'm almost done. I promise. We're almost done. I want to finish before the 6-hour mark. That's the goal. It took a long time for me to get started. This is not a speed run. This is a slow walk. In the future, I will do speed runs, but I feel like there's an amount of like laying out my process that is necessary. I feel very bad. I feel like I'm very bad at doing breakdown streams because I don't understand when to stop talking, you know? But at least you guys seem to be like enjoying it. Anyway, so I made this kalimba thing, and this is sort of the main difference. I did harmonies for this. You can do very lazy harmonies. Here's me. It adds so much flavor. Here's how I did it. Ready? Take the original thing that I did here, paste it here, and then I go into this track, this MIDI here, and I'm just gonna go up to like this. Or wait, no, I gotta be in scale. Gotta be in scale mode. Move up to, and then what are we in? C sharp major. So I'm gonna take everything that is the 7th. That's gonna be our B sharps. I guess we're in B flat is a little bit easier to say. So I'm gonna take all of our sort of things here, kick them up by 1. And then also it's important to note the Fs here, but they don't really show up. That's it. That's all I do. These harmonies built off of thirds and then just like avoid meshing the 5th with the 7th. It's not bad to do it all, and I do it all the time, and it's such good sauce, I think. Anyway.
Times you told me you loved me when I would make sure you'd still say it first. We knew it was ending soon, the impending doom of either leaving through the door, and all we had was nothing.
Wow, the mix really brought this song together in a great way. Yeah, so there are a couple differences between this and sort of the final thing. And especially this sort of, okay, so I think B redid their part.
Yeah, I never sewed the buttons back onto
I don't know, does
my
this sound like a different
shirt?
take from what you guys know?
Needle fails to hold the thread of trying to
I kind of
make
forget.
it work. So we hold each other in contempt.
Top secret.
And each other's words now I express.
I see galleries of faces.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I warned you I was wearing thin. You didn't say a thing. As we lost
This is one of the
our
only
focus.
instances. This is one of the only instances of no auto tune, like raw vocal. Least favorite.
You didn't say a thing. As we lost our focus in
This was like immediately after I was recording the like redoing the screams in the background of this. And my throat was so fucking hoarse, and I was like, okay, this is perfect to do like
galleries of stasis.
yeah, it might be a different guitar take. I'm not sure. Oh, wait, what is this riser? What's this riser? What's this riser? Holy shit. I actually used the riser as chords. I just sort of sampled it around. And then I flattened it and used it as a riser again. And then I did this to it too. Shout out Grain Delay. Grain Delay, my goat. Couple things. I wanna talk about the vocals in these parts too really quickly before we move past them completely.
I could run, run, run until my legs give out. It's never far enough away. I could try to
Wait,
and it would break and bend and then I'd do it all again.
it's just this sort of standard thing that I've been doing. The main thing here, I really like these.
Yes, it's calling. We were made for falling.
If I take out the main one.
Yes, it's calling. We were made for falling. All apart.
And here's something that's really important, okay? This is like a piece of, this is a bit that's been going around between me and B overwhelmingly ever since Stasis dropped, because B had to mix it, and part of that was me sending B all of the background elements. Here's the thing, right?
Yes, it's calling. We were made.
This is so true, but at this specific part, if we listen to it in context, right?
We can work this out 'cause we've got confidence.
If you listen to the specific thing that the background vocals are saying, they go, we can work. We've got calm. I think it's very silly. We've got what? No, wait.
Can work this out 'cause we've got we both want.
I think about it every time this song plays. Yeah. Okay, so basically, I want to go through all the choruses because we're kind of close to done with them. We still have the same like chop up. But I do this like spacey thing. Me and B were talking about this spacey thing a lot. B sent me this Doom compressor thing, and I still don't really know how it works, but it made this sound crazy. But we're like sort of fading it out and then bringing it back in. We also have this, which is kind of like a weird impact thing. And then what else? We did something really weird with the fucking snares here, I remember. And I it's been a while since I've touched this, but yeah. Dinah held me at gunpoint and forced me to make this snare. The snare's a riser. The snare's a riser and the snare's a melodic element. Why? I don't know, but it's fucking awesome, I think. And And it's also doubled with the kick for some reason. It's like so cool. You can hear it in context too.
Yes, it's calling. We were made for falling all apart. I know you're sick of sparring. Time to
EDM producer describing a snare. Okay, so imagine Virtual Riot. Um. Okay, yeah. So I don't know if there's anything else specific that's like really cool about this stuff. We also bring in the sort of B comes back for like the in the galleries of stasis stuff. I don't know. This song is really lovely, I think. Besides that, there's like generally, I don't know, are you guys feeling like there's other stuff that you want to know about on this part of the song, you know? We can talk through it. We can have a conversation. Yeah, the fills here are really cute, I think.
we can work this out 'cause we've got.
So these are the same sort of chop things that I've been doing. But then I also did other chops with other parts of the fill. This one's just like a fill. How'd I get the main vox to sound like that? Yeah. Just like what's my vocal chain? I touched on it a little bit in the sequester thing, but we could touch it really quick again. Specifically the chorus vox here are peak compressor, regular compressor, cut below the fundamental of your, when you speak, there will be like a peak, and then cut everything below that. Boost the highs a little bit. That's just a hyperpop thing. Gate, OTT a little bit. That's a hyperpop thing. De-esser, auto tune. Honestly, put the auto tune first. I don't know. I'm gonna get bullied for not putting the auto tune first. Form and shift. And then I have two different things going here. First off, I have sort of the raw vocal passing through, where it's just getting a little bit of gain, a little bit of saturation, but nothing crazy. And then I also have this amp track, which is just like insanely saturated but very quiet. And it's like delayed. It's like got some like pause effect stuff. Yeah, I there's some other like hybrid reverb stuff going on and stuff, but that's basically my vocal chain. There's like two other sections of this song that we need to hit, and then we're done and everyone's free to go. And we have 8 minutes to do it, to hit under the 6 hour mark, because originally I budgeted 2 hours for this, and we're all so tired. Okay, the B part is literally just guitar. There's not much to tell you. We changed that around, I'm pretty sure. It's listening to this current version of it, I forget what we kept and what we changed. So you guys will have to inform me if anything is different. This kalimba, I'm so proud of it. I made it in literally 5 minutes. Like I wrote this live in MIDI in front of B in like 5 minutes. I felt like the coolest person ever because it just like worked so well so suddenly. Little harmonies. Yeah, okay, cool. We got some shit going on. Is this gonna not make audio because of something weird? No, it will. I don't know what I'm sampling here. Oh, whoops. I shouldn't have done that. But this is cool. I wonder what this original sample is. I would imagine it's like, looks like maybe the guitar from the previous part. We'll see. I wanted a bass here with like a really slow glide. The glide here is like almost half a second. But this is like very standard normal pilled bass stuff for me. Normal pilled bass, EQ at the high, vinyl distortion, bass mono, because vinyl distortion fucks with the stereo and the bass. But you can even that out pretty easily. Yeah, there's definitely like a bunch of stuff that we do that's like very standard, just like a couple breaks. You know, some like rides and stuff. This is all like the feeling of just like building. The vocals here are going to be really bad, I think. Yeah, something very cute about that stuff. We have 4 minutes left. Can we get through this whole section and close out the stream? There's also this. This is awesome. I love the sound. Wait. I love guitars, and I love guitars the most when they are. I love guitars the most when they are not guitars at all. These are vocal chops. These are vocal chops that are put through little altar boy and then put through a guitar amp. Yeah, and then the sort of, it was something you said in your sleep. That was actually B's lyrics from like an old project or something. And it was and it was nice to have this sort of catharsis of just like having B sort of like pile on section. I was really happy with how that turned. But yeah, there's nothing super complicated or tricky about this. It's really just that kalimba part that is I think very cool. How long have I been making music? I got Ableton when I was like 17-ish, maybe a little bit earlier. So that's been like 7 years, 6 or 7 years. It's from when I was 16 or 17, I think, because kind of. But I would say I only seriously, like, I did a lot of doing loops and I cared a lot about sound design. I only legitimately started trying to make like songs seriously like about 2 years. So it was like, that was like when I started, like, I didn't start finishing stuff in any sort of conceivable pace because it takes a while to like finish something. First song that I finished and released like legitimately that I consider like a thing that is out, I released like a year, a little over a year ago. So I haven't been doing this for too long. Yeah, besides that, I don't know. I think I think it's all about like depending on when like what you count as making music, because I've been like playing ukulele for a while, and I've been like, I took piano lessons when I was 5, you know, but actually producing stuff and producing like with intent instead of it just being like a fun thing that I pick up every once in a while because I had a copy of Ableton Standard on hand. It's been like probably I don't know, learning production stuff doesn't take that long. It's all about community, I think, and it's all about finding people who fuck with your stuff who you simultaneously fuck with their stuff, you know. Anyway, I think that's everything for Stasis. I honestly, I can tell you like there's a little bit of cool stuff in the vocals where it's like, you know,
It was something
Like I have this harmony track. It was something. Oh, this is muted. But I also have like the delay thing that I do. But I also redux after the delay for like extra clout. And then I have these sort of reverse delays going into stuff. I want it to all be so spacey, you know. Um, but like it's all just vibes. It's all anyway. This is stasis. This is summarily like the entirety of the song. I think we have gotten through it. Um, and now we're done, and I'm switching to webcam view to sign off. We made it under 6 hours, so I get a little bit of time to sign off. I don't know, unless people like have last minute questions on stasis. The second before, I'm timely. I'm timely. 100% I'm timely. I'm a timely woman. We have done it. It took 3 times what I estimated. But I did it. Autism be damned. We explained the EP. Yeah, thank you so much, Frank. It's very cool that you sort of stuck around. Um, I think it's crazy that people care so much. Like the amount of interest that was shown in this, and like people saying VOD, so I can like do stuff like. Thank you everyone who was hanging out and everyone, even people if you were just like lurking or doing stuff in the background. Oh fuck, sorry. Like cutting out. Thank you everyone for coming along. If you learned stuff from this, I'm really glad. If you we're just sort of lurking around doing stuff in the background, there is something very fulfilling to me about being a voice that people put on in the background, because I have a very complicated relationship with my own voice, so that is also very pleasant to me. You know, maybe this was a little bit too deep of a dive, possibly, but I feel like in terms of like what I wanted out of this stream, I wanted to sort of err on the side of like, because I know there are a lot of people who I talk to. I know there are a lot of people who I talk to who, are maybe not that like they don't live and breathe this stuff, and so a stream that like goes over every song in 10 minutes is maybe going to be like a little less that they're able to chew on, I guess. I don't know. When I started producing stuff, I always wanted a stream that was just like, hey, this is like pretty exactly how I made some of these things, I don't know. I'm not like a musical genius. I'm not like someone who has so much secret sauce that like it's incredible that I have descended from heaven to teach you this stuff. This is just stuff that I picked up over time that worked for me. I'm glad that so many people stuck around. This was like really fun. I'm like simultaneously exhausted and on stimulants, so I don't know what the rest of my night is gonna look like, but I don't know. If anyone has any questions, like I'm here to hang out for a little bit. But otherwise, the sauce isn't secret anymore. I'm glad. That was the thing. I was tweeting about that the other day. Like when I was like talking about releasing stems, it was like I feel like it's hard getting into music, especially because making music is so vulnerable that if you're not at a point where you feel like you are able to share your music or you're not confident in it, it's very hard to get out of this cycle. Like a lot of people will just peddle you product. Like there's a lot of people who will just like talk about plugins and say like, oh, this is something that could really elevate your sound, and who they're talking to are like musicians who already know the tools that they're in front of, I don't know. For me, it's like the thing that helped me become somewhat competent, I think, in my production is just being around people who believed in me and supported my vision, and whose work I really liked. The people who are the most helpful in anyone's production are going to be the ones that like you can sit down um and talk to because you're like really excited about a thing that they put out and you really want to know like how they did it, you know? And so it's like I know that this is not going to be something that's going to be widely applicable to a huge audience. You know, I didn't make a fishmonger, you know. There's going to be like, I don't know, the 20 people max who I think find a lot of value in this, but I care a lot about, you know, if my music is something that you want to be able to take from, it's like, that's awesome. And I want you to be able to take as much as you can, you know? So erring on the side of overcompensating, I guess, or over explaining stuff. Yeah. Fish question mark? Fish exclamation point. Cool. I'm here to answer any questions, any at all, for a little bit. I'm I woke something up at the entire project out. An entire project out in 1 month and kept listening to the time bringing. My God, even that means so much, Micah. That means so much. That's like, that's so sweet. Truth or dare? Oh God, I'll go with truth. That's crazy. The next least favorite project is gonna be um next least favorite project is gonna be hopefully out sometime shorter than 6 months. Isomorph took 6 months, but I was also working a full-time job. Currently I am a full-time question mark. I'm like financially stable in a very weird way right now, where I get to work on music full time. And so I want to be able to put out my next project hopefully sometime before the halfway point of next year. Anyway, um, yeah, no, I'm, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you everyone for being here. My name is Least Favorite. Uh, Thank you. I mean, thank you so much. This is so awesome. You guys are so cool. Um, yeah, I love you guys. Oh, can I do a little heart? I gotta like look at myself in the camera. A little heart. Love you guys. Bye everyone. Bye. Woo. Thank you so much. Bye.